All right, I will call the regular city council meeting Monday, May 16th, 2022 to order at 6 p.m. And we will not do our opening ceremonies at this time, but I would just like to thank everybody for coming to see my last council meeting. Y'all are so supportive. Thanks. And with that, we will ask Patsy. Where's Patsy?
She's right there.
Oh. Could you,
Election judge for the May 7th election. And I'm presenting the unofficial canvas of to the council. A total of 1,042 ballots were cast. No provisional ballots were received, and all timely received ballots have been counted. The total ballots cast was 1,042, and the election results was Mayor Lori Quinn, Council position 5, Randy Parr, And there will be a runoff election scheduled for June the 4th, 2022 for council position 3. Candidates will be Dane Dunnigan and Chad Days. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 2022-18 in order canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the general and special elections held on May 7th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any questions, comments? I'll call for the vote.
Verbal vote.
Verbal vote.
Verbal vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, and that would take us now to the oath of office. Judge?
Judge.
Please raise your right hand. I, Lori Klein Quinn,
I, Lori Klein Quinn,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Mayor, City of Tomball, Harris County,
of Mayor, City of Tomball, Harris County,
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Councilman-elect Park. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Randall Fremont Park,
I, Randall Fremont Park,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Council Position 5,
of Council Position,
City of Tomball, Harris County,
City of Tomball, Harris County,
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
So at this time, Mayor Fagan, would you come up, please? On behalf of the Tomball residential community, the business community that expands much further than the city limits, in behalf of other governmental agencies such as the county, state agencies, and federal, and the countless number of organizations and nonprofits that we come and deal with on a daily basis, but especially on behalf of city staff, it is my honor to present to you a token of our appreciation for your leadership, your years of service, and your unwavering, strong support for everything that we do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes. Very, very excited, and I just would like to thank everybody for the last 15 years giving me the honor of being able to serve as your mayor. It's been tremendous. We've come a long way. We've done so many things. And I just can't wait to see what the future holds for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. My honor to introduce to you Mayor Klein Quick.
Thank you so much. Watching you saw these people, I went, okay, here comes the fear. Thank you. I'm humbled to be elected as the mayor. And I'm so excited for what the future holds. You know, it's been a tough few years for all of us. We've had many challenges, but together we were able to get through them, and together we will get through what we're going to do for Tumwell. The participation of all of the community and all of the city staff, everyone here, our future is bright. Our future is bright. And so together we will continue to achieve great things in the city of Tumwell. And I am happy to be your mayor and work with you on this. But I also want to limit the participation of all the citizens. We are all joined together, despite our differences, by the love of this town. We love this town. We want what's best for this town. We want to raise our families here, have our businesses here, and work for the future of this town. And so I want everybody here to think about participating. There's going to be expansion of citizens to get involved in different items. And so I want everyone here to think of what can I do for this city? And I thank you for being here. I thank you for the support. I want to thank my family. I may cook a dinner, I'm not sure. When everybody who's related to me stand up. Thank you. I love you. I love you. Thank you for being here. And my dream team of the campaign. Stand up. I can't tell you how much it means to me in going through this. I thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you for the future of Tomball, because all of us are truly Tomball. Thank you.
Sitting right there.
As Lori very well put, I am also humbled to be council position. I don't have a long prepared speech, but I would like to truly thank everybody that supported me, especially my wife, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight with a medical issue. My 3 daughters are back there, and the son is back there. But I look forward to a lot of hard work going into what needs to be accomplished. There are things that we can do that I think will make life better for everybody. And I look forward to those challenges. Thank you.
Second, Mike.
One more thing. Please join us in refreshments out in the hallway, and I believe we will stand adjourned for a few minutes until you all come back in.
Correct.
Is that what you want me to say?
Right. Take pictures. Come on up and.
Step in recess. No, I'm staying at home.
I was waiting for it. It's
Okay, I did.
Okay, give me a minute. Yeah. I got one in my purse. A woman's purse has everything, including a pen. So, there we go, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, do I hit this again? Do I hit this again? Mhm.
Do it.
We are now back in session, and I will entertain nominations for Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I would like to nominate John Ford.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'd like to nominate Mark Stoll.
But my vote's going to John Ford.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Okay. So call for a vote. All those for John Ford. Okay,
Let's do the first vote.
It's all for John Ford. Mark
Okay.
and I have declined, Mark declined the nomination. Oh,
okay, okay. So we'll have a verbal vote. Mhm. All right, all in favor of John Ford?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I don't vote. Sorry. No, you don't vote. I don't vote. 8 years of voting, I don't vote. Okay. Okay.
Doris will announce.
John Ford is Mayor Pro Tem.
Congratulations.
You may regret that this year. You're going to be busy. So, okay. Now our invocation led by Pastor Greg Jenkins of Tomball Assembly of God, and then pledges to the U.S. and Texas flags, led by Assistant Fire Chief Jeff Cook.
Thank you so much. Well, Father, we just are so grateful, Lord, for your goodness to us. Thank you for your grace and your love upon our community. We're thankful, Lord, for our leadership. And Lord, we just pray, Lord, in this time of transition, we pray for Mayor Quinn, God, that you would just bless her and help her. God, that she would just rest in knowing, God, that you are guiding her and she would lean upon you and trust you in the decisions. We pray, Lord, for our city council, for each one of them. God, that you would just lead their lives and that they would be led by your wisdom, we pray. And so, Lord, we ask tonight that all that is said and all that is done, Lord, would be done for your glory. And so, God, we just humble ourselves before you and we trust you tonight. And we thank you for your favor and your goodness and your grace upon our community. Bless us tonight in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
the pledge to the United States flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pledge to the Texas flag.
honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
At this time, anyone be allowed to speak on any matter other than personnel matters or matters under litigation for a length of time not to exceed 3 minutes. No council, board discussion, or action may take place on a matter until such matter has been placed on agenda and posted in accordance with the law. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
I have no one signed up for general comments. I have several signed up for a new business item J2.
Okay. Does anyone, even if you haven't signed up, want to come up and speak about anything for 3 minutes? Okay. Next thing is presentations. We have. We have presentations to read to, this is the week of 2020 Peace Offers Memorial Day and Tomball Public Week. So we are presenting to the peace officers for Memorial Day, plus we have a celebration tomorrow to honor, and that is at 11:30 at the depot. So public is invited, and it is honoring the people who have died, given the ultimate sacrifice at the community center. So first proclamation, Peace Officers Memorial Day and Public Week.
Madam Mayor, may I introduce a comment associated with this? Just to introduce the proclamation. Just really quickly, I just wanted to say that this proclamation for the council, for the mayor and staff, this is reflective of 105 men, women, and a few canines this year in the United States that have died in the line of duty, peace officers. It's about, of those 105, 24 peace officers, men and women in the state of Texas have died since January 1st. This proclamation is about every man and woman who wears this uniform. It is about the good police officers in Tomball, and it is about light in the darkness. There's a quote, "Never fear shadows. They simply mean there's a light shining somewhere nearby." That is my police officers, and that is police officers nationwide. So I thank you very much for recognizing police this week, and on behalf of all of the officers in Tomball, all of the support staff, thank you very much.
Officers, please come to the front. Whereas in every American community, law enforcement officers commit themselves to the preservation of life and property, risking their lives to protect us from all who would mock the law, providing protection, law and order, and serving the cause of justice. And whereas law enforcement officers, including members of the Tomball Police Department, accept a profound responsibility and work to uphold our laws, safeguard our rights and freedoms, and serve on the front lines in the fight against crime and terrorism. And whereas we honor the heroism of all our law enforcement officers, especially those who have given their lives so that others might live, asking God's blessings for the families and friends they left behind. And whereas by joint resolution approved October 1st, 1962, as amended, Congress authorized and President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th of each year Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of the federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty. Further designing the calendar, designating the calendar week in which May 15th falls, Police Week. and has directed that flags be flown at half-staff on Peace Officers Memorial Day under Public Law 103-322 as amended. And whereas across the nation, Police Week is observed with ceremonies, including the hanging of a blue bow or ribbon to honor law enforcement officers who have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty and to honor those who still strive to keep us safe. And whereas I encourage all citizens to express their deep appreciation to the men and women who risk their lives to guard and protect us. Now therefore, I, Lori Klein Quinn, Mayor of the City of Tomball, do hereby proclaim Sunday, May 15, 2022, as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week of May 15 through 21, 2022, as Tomball Police Week, and encourage the citizens of Tomball and those with us today to join us as we honor the standing and the fallen. Thank you.
I've seen this before. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Busy today.
We also have a chance to honor our public works professionals. Many times they are the first person a citizen gets to know is our public works. And so this week is also to honor public works. Whereas public works professionals focus on the infrastructure, facilities, and the services that are vital to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, safety, high quality of life, and well-being of the people. Thank you, guys. Works for such a good job. Thank you. Whereas public works professionals focus on the infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, safety, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of our community. And whereas such facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of the public works professionals who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, protecting our streets, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, parks, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Tomball to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas 2022 marks the 62nd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association and the Tomball City Council, which is to recognize the dedication, talent, and contributions made by the Tomball Public Works employees. And whereas this year's theme, Ready and Resilient, highlights the ability of these professionals to perform regular public works duties and be ready at a moment's notice to react as first responders during national disasters and overcome trials seen in the field. And whereas the City of Council of Tomball urges all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Now therefore, I, Lori Klein Quinn, Mayor of the City of Tomball, Texas, on behalf of Tomball City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th through May 21st as National Public Works Week, Tomball, Texas. Ready and resume. We would go around and let our council thank you for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you guys, we wouldn't have a city the way we have it, so thank y'all. Appreciate you guys. There you go. Thank you.
EMS, emergency services.
EMS. The emergency center, the Northwest Community Health, Earl EMS Medical Service.
And that's
Has anybody ever been in an accident?
I've driven one, but that doesn't count either.
Well, we are going to honor also our, this is EMS week too. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and is there anyone who would like to come up and present this?
You represent even. Absolutely.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service that the members of Northwest Community Health, formerly Northwest Rural Emergency Medical Service, are ready to provide to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those experiencing sudden illness or injury. And Northwest Community Health plays a critical role in public outreach and injury prevention, and is evolving in its role as an important member of the healthcare community, supported by emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, law enforcement officers, educators, administrators, researchers, emergency nurses, emergency physicians, and others. And in 1974, President Gerald Ford authorized EMS Week to celebrate EMS practitioners and the important work they do in our nation's communities. And this year's theme is Rising to the Challenge. And Northwest Community Health responders will be among the first to respond to terrorist or natural events, benefiting the citizens of Tomball daily through the knowledge and skills of those highly trained individuals who, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And it is appropriate for the city of Tomball to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers, which is particularly meaningful as we see Northwest Community Health rally to support the COVID-19 crisis while continuing to respond to everyday needs of our community. By designating the 47th Annual Emergency Medical Services Week. Now therefore, I, Lori Klein Quinn, Mayor, on behalf of the city of Tomball and the city of Tomball, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th, 2022 as 47th Annual Northwest Community Health and National Emergency Medical Services Week. They are rising to the challenge in Tomball.
Too much extra.
Drop it off there on the way back.
Okay, now we move on to reports and announcements. May 23rd through May 31st is early voting for the June 4th, 2022 runoff election at City Hall on 401 Market Street. I encourage you all to vote. This is for council position 3, a runoff, council position 3, and please exercise your right to vote in Tomball. June 4th is the actual day of voting, Tomball runoff election day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at City Hall. Tomball City Pool, 2020 swim season is opening. Jerry Matheson Park Pool will be open Memorial Day weekend, May 28th through 29th from noon to 8, and on Memorial Day from 10 to 6. So the pool will be open. Please drive carefully by our park. So, July 4th celebration and Street Fest is 6 to 10 at Four Corners on Business 249 and 2920. We will be having the celebration and the fireworks. Fireworks start at 9.
9:30-ish.
Dark 30. Oh, dark 30. July 9th is the second Saturday at the Depot. August 5th is the 50th annual Tomball Night Parade of Lights and Health and Wellness Expo. So now we have reports by city staff and members of council about items of community interest of which no action will be taken. Sasha Smith.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, sorry. Short people. Hi, I'm presenting today about our Rails and Tales Festival that we held a little bit more than a week ago, and it was a great event, except we had record-breaking heat, and it was very enjoyable. Most of the day, we had a lot of fun. We expect that around 1,500 to 2,000 people came and supported us, which was amazing. I do not have the count on how many pounds of crawfish have been eaten, but everybody says it's been a great success. I wanted to also thank our amazing public works and police officers and fire officers as well for their support. It would not be a successful event without them, and it's great to have them on our team. The attendance was a little bit lower. We expected to weather and the Mother's Day weekend, so people were out of town. But we got positive feedback throughout from the visitors, from the supporters, from vendors as well. And of course, we're going to have some things to work on like communications and other things to improve on, because there's on the way up from here. What else can I tell you? I don't think there's anything else I have. Any questions for me?
How many pounds of crawfish were eaten?
I personally ate 10.
Say, what?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Sasha.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Now approval of the minutes of May 2nd, 2022. Entertain a motion to approve the minutes of May 2nd, 2022, regular city council meeting.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
old business consent agenda is next. What this is business that has been prior discussion at city council. And so in order to save time and run an efficient meeting, we put these under one consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless there is anyone here that would like to remove an item from the consent agenda. Anyone on council want to? No? Okay. If discussion is desired, the item in question will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Information concerning the consent agenda item is available for public review. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Call for the vote. Motion carries unanimously. New business. Consideration to approve case P 22-016, request by Harrisburg Homes to amend the city of Tomball's comprehensive plan to update the major thoroughfare plan map, removing the proposed east-west extension of Medical Complex Drive, extending approximately 0.9 miles from the eastern right-of-way boundary of Huffsmith Corville Road to the southern right-of-way boundary of Mahaffey Road. And Nathan Dietrich will present.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Nathan Dietrich with the Community Development Department. I'm sorry. Oh, it's the one that says for MTFP and zoning. Don't have to. And could you go to slide 10? Mayor, Council, this request is coming to you before you by Harrisburg Homes, who is requesting to remove a segment of a portion of road, which is shown here up on the map, which is our major thoroughfare plan map that was recently adopted and amended back in 2019, which would remove a segment that would continue what is referred to as Medical Complex Drive, RAG Road, further on to FM 2920. And it would extend through that area that is shown inset on this particular map. As you can see on this particular map is actually the map that is adopted by the city of Houston for their major thoroughfare plan. And this is how it interacts with our current, the area that is white in the center is actually for the city of Tomball. Because it's not recognized, it's not inside, it's its own jurisdiction, but that's how where that segment would interact with our particular major thoroughfare plan, extending Medical Complex Drive up through FM 2920. Here is the aerial map, and as you can see on the west side or the left side of the map is Huffsmith Corville Road. Where the current intersection of Medical Complex Drive comes into. And then the area in the yellow that is hatched is the proposed 0.9 miles of road that we're speaking of. And this would be the request that is being to be removed from the major thoroughfare plan. Part of that, just because it is a little bit hard to see. If I go back here, the inset map is where the end of that proposed extension would be. And this is just kind of more of a zoomed in version. So you can see what was going on in this particular area. So back in 2017, there was a subdivision plat that was requested at this particular location. And in doing so, staff, as part of their research, found that there was an extension to this major thoroughfare plan. And at the time that that area was platted, there was dedication for that particular section of parcel of property in order to solidify that connection for this major thoroughfare plan alignment. And as you can see with that, with this proposed alignment, kind of solidifies where that thoroughfare plan would go. And if you see to the north eastern part of this map, there is a new home that was built in 2014, 2015 that would cause there to be hurdles in extending this portion of the road. However, as we all know, these visioning documents are documents that could be in place for a multitude of years in efforts to make connections occur for whether it's for future land use and or for circulation or connectivity. This is a copy of that plat that was done in 2018. As you can see, that portion of the property actually fronts onto Mahaffey Road and then comes down and is in that location of where that proposed alignment might be. Oops. So what staff also wants to show here is that along this, the major portion of, or all of this connection, this portion is within our extraterritorial jurisdiction. That's the dotted red line that brings it up towards the northeastern part of this map. And then from there, extending further to the east and making connection to Mahaffey Road would be the area that is outside of our jurisdiction that would be picked up by the city of Houston's major thoroughfare plan and eventually connecting up to FM 2920. This map also shows the related land uses that would be surrounding this particular area. Because a lot of this area is not inside the city limits, it's obviously not zoned. However, if you look here, this is our future land use plan, and our future land use plan has designated this portion of the corridor to be neighborhood residential. And so with that, the areas that surround this, if they were ever to be brought into the city, they would be recommended to be residential in nature. So as part of, along with the current comprehensive plan, there was a recommendation, back in 2010 with our livable centers and also our access management plan that we needed to have some sort of bypass that was going to alleviate truck traffic through our 2920 corridor. And as part of that, this was one of the ideas that was put forth on our visioning document for a major thoroughfare plan for that connection to occur. And with that connection, what was discussed, I'm sorry, here's the east-west connection. I'm getting these mixed up here on my screen. As part of our P&Z request, this particular item had come before P&Z a number of times. We brought it forth as a city initiated effort, but then was not able to continue with that effort since we weren't able to define the time. And so what Harrisburg came back in is they requested this particular application to move forward. With this east-west connection, this was another identified opportunity for a connection to occur from the east to the west side, which would be Holderreath. On the top inset shows the Holderreath corridor, which extends down from Huffsmith Corville at the lower, the top. I'm sorry, I'm trying to point it out. My laser pointer, I was not working, but the top corner, yes, right in that top corner where the red line comes down and meets and goes east-west, that would be Holderreath, moving to the east-west connection. And then if you go to the inset just below it, is the actual major thoroughfare plan for the city of Houston, which on the eastern edge of Holderreath over to the left, or the right, I'm sorry, that's the extension of Champions Forest that eventually will come up and intersect with Huffsmith Corville. and then extend Holderreath all the way to the west. That was a proposed connection that staff brought forth to planning and zoning to show that there is a possibility of another connection. However, because of its location, does not provide a true bypass through for 2920. Oops. Yeah, here, I'll go through it. I apologize. So as this was proposed to planning and zoning, planning and zoning voted to deny this case unanimously. And I just wanted to remind the city council that this particular item from Planning and Zoning Commission, they serve as a recommending body for comp plan amendments when it comes to our charter. So the city council are the decision makers in this particular arena. And so what we wanted to do, and as promised, as Councilman Ford had asked, is that they're very interested in hearing what P&Z had to say. So staff moving forward, we'll make sure that we provide that discussion and to ensure that you know what was discussed at P&Z. And so you have a better idea of what and why they made their recommendation. So big portions of this particular discussion came up to be is that how do we make it easier for us to get across the city without this said road? And so the back and forth came is that it would be very difficult to make a secondary or tertiary connection without this particular road. And how is this ever to come to pass? And so staff, and along with the applicant, you'll hear in just a moment as to why they believe that that should be removed from this particular portion of the road. Part of that discussion came from data that we received from TxDOT that with State Highway 99 and also with some of the improvements to State Highway 249, that this had changed circulation or traffic patterns that prompted folks not to go down 2920 as that east-west corridor. And there is data that does support that. But as discussed, you know, is that enough to prove that this this portion or this connection is no longer necessary? So the secondary portion of the discussion came, is the bypass actually necessary due to the fact that there was a removal of a portion of the east-west corridor for Medical Complex Drive that was adopted back in 2019. So because there wasn't a true overpass or underpass that could connect Medical Complex to the west side, there was a removal of that portion of Medical Complex from, or I'm sorry, a downgrade to that portion of Medical Complex on that side of the city. And lastly, so the discussion with P&Z as the traffic patterns change, was there enough for the removal to occur? So that was discussed, and it wasn't resoundingly, there wasn't enough evidence to prove that. So it was felt at that particular time that they decided to deny that the request overall. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Or I know that the applicant is also here and would like to address City Council.
Yeah, we're gonna have a public hearing on this next, and
I
so
have a question for him, though. So when does that take place? When we get back into questions?
Right.
Okay.
we're gonna, thank you, Nathan. We'll have
Yeah.
more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
But the next item on the agenda is to conduct a public hearing for case P 22-016. It is now 7:13 p.m. and we are opening the public hearing. Do we have anybody who wanted to speak?
I have no one signed up to speak, other than possibly the developer. He doesn't have to sign up.
Do we have anyone from planning and zoning here who's wishing to speak?
I'm Dane Dunnigan, 535 East Tuff Smith Road, Tomball. I'm on the planning and zoning. Before we start, I thank you for starting to ask what we're talking about That's something we need to be done for years. There were several things that we talked about at planning and zoning. This was a few of them. One of the things is that if we build a subdivision there, it's shut down forever. That was the main issue, you know, because the new house is built there. We were all concerned about that. But 20 years from now, they decide to put this road in for some reason, or they decide to build an overpass or underpass under 249. We just shut it completely down. And this is supposed to be a future land use. That's what we discussed. Also, the fire station, I believe, is going in real close to there on Huss-Smith Corville. And, or not, no, excuse me, up on 2920 at Mahaffey. And it'd be a quicker way to get to the medical complex systems. And that's some of the things we discussed besides this. And it was unanimous. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Wishing to speak who didn't sign up? Okay. We will now close the public hearing at 7:15. Next item on the agenda is, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, do I reopen the public hearing?
He can either speak as part of the public hearing or he can speak as, since he's the developer, he can speak at the.
And during discussion, you can come up and speak. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the first reading of ordinance number 2022-04. And then we'll take a vote, and this is just to read the ordinance. Okay. Entertain a motion to read by caption only on ordinance 2022-04.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Call for the vote for the reading only.
Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance number 2022-04, an ordinance of the city of Tomball, Texas, amending the Tomball Comprehensive Plan by changing the major thoroughfare plan map, providing for severability, providing for a penalty of an amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof, making findings of fact and providing for other related matters.
I'll now entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 2022-04 on first reading.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
We're gonna let the developer come up first, or do you want to open it up for us to discuss it? How do you want to do it?
The developer, if you'd like to come up and speak.
Let him come speak. Then I got questions.
Good evening. My name is Sean Spear with Harrisburg Homes. I'm not a developer. I'm a home builder. I grew up in this area. Our office is over on Mason Road. We're local. We respond to people in the area. I live off Huss-Smith Corville Road. I drive up and down Huss-Smith Corville Road at least 4 times a day. And my family lives off Huss-Smith Corville Road. I have multiple people who do. Being a builder in the area, we built homes in the city of Tomball. We built homes around the city of Tomball. We built homes in the Magnolia area, the Montgomery area. This is a piece of property that falls outside the city, but the access point would be through the city. We do have an access point that we can gain through what is Country Club Green Section 2, but honestly, it wouldn't be that desirable for us as a builder. We can utilize that. Originally, when this was brought up in 2017, we were working with the developer, Bernie Johnson of TCC. That is a piece of property that was being addressed at that time. Bernie passed away as it was going through estate type stuff. That's how we've come back into the equation, is the piece of property that is known as the Brant Track, which fronts on Huss-Smith Corville, which is part in the city and part not, would be an ideal location for us to be able to create an entrance. I think it adds value to the area. I think it adds value to the community, having family and friends and myself living in the area. If you live off that Huss-Smith Corville track of road, I 100% understand the accessibility of being able to drive where Mahaffey is now and access up to 2920. I can tell you I go up there probably once every 2 weeks. Tomball Pet Resort is on that corner. Other than that, I never drive that road. I either go Grand Parkway where if I'm going to our office, which is right here off of Main Street, I drive on 2920 through downtown. But that's really not an area that I believe is one that is really utilized now that Grand Parkway has come into play. And so as we're looking at that track, what we're trying to do is not necessarily get an abandonment of this roadway. We're trying to get a better understanding of what will be accepted by City of Tomball. Harris County has indicated that they're going to defer to Tomball on that. But we made an application starting back in kind of the August, September timeframe. The topsy-turvy world of Precinct 3 and Precinct 4 created a lot of issues for us, trying to get an understanding of what their expectation was. And so for us coming to Tomball is to be a good neighbor, to try to figure out something that works for everybody. For us, the east side of Medical Complex would actually be an intersection, a four-way intersected or stoplighted intersection. For us, we see part of that east side as being storefronts, as being restaurants, places that people can take their kids and their families to go and eat. If you drive on that intersection of Huff Smith Corville from 2920 going south down towards Boudreaux, there's really no place for any of those people other than the donut shop and a convenience store to get food, to be able to stop and have places where they can grab a dinner with their family and kids. And so for us, it's a bigger picture than just an abandonment of a roadway. It's creating a destination. I grew up in the world of Four Corners when it really was the Four Corners of Tomball. This is kind of what we see as being a new destination place for Tomball, is people who are both in the city, people who may live in the ETJ, but they visit all the places in the city just like I do. Those are places that generate tax revenue for the city. They generate beauty for us as just being residents. And so that's what we're looking at this as, is an opportunity for us to have something where we can build homes for families, building in that area of Country Club Greens, Albury Trails, several different areas around this. We've had multiple people come to us saying, we don't want to leave this area. It's where our families are. It's where our parents are, where our kids are. But they just need something different than what is currently available there for offer. And that's where, for us, it's been kind of a unique opportunity to resurrect this relationship that has gone back for several years with the TCC property, is to try to be able to create something there that we could build and all be proud of, and have a place that we can, like I said, go to restaurants and enjoy that. I'd be more than happy to take any questions. I want to thank Nathan and everybody that's worked with us so far. I mean, we met with David. I think Ken's left the building when we first started building in the city of Tomball. He said, just follow the rules and you won't have any problems. Fortunately, I'm glad to say I've not been on Ken's bad side. But those are things for us that are important. I mean, we want to be good citizens. I'm not saying we're not people that make mistakes occasionally, but we want to be able to be someone who can contribute to the community, because this is our home as well. We're not some big national builder. We're a small mom and pop. For us, this is where we base our company. That's where we want to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
Absolutely. Nathan, get you to come back up. Couple of things. Can you go back in your presentation, probably third or fourth screen in, where you had the roadway, proposed roadway with the red hash?
Sure. Trace, could you? Okay.
You'll see it when you have the red hash up.
Yeah.
That'll work right there. Go back.
This one?
You can go back one more right there.
Yes, sir.
Medical Complex comes in due west of that, correct?
That is correct.
And it's already there.
It is, it's not
It is
open,
a
but it's still.
boulevard. It is two boulevards. Okay, and the question I have about the house that was built 2014, have y'all spoken with the owners of said property? Are they here tonight by chance?
Have I? No,
Yes, sir.
I have not. Sir.
Do we know how close this roadway would come to the back of that house?
To the back of that house, if we were to take the current alignment now, you know, right of way and then construction of the actual concrete portion of it might differ a little bit, but the right of way would definitely be in, like, would go through that portion of the house. Now, the portion of the concrete itself might be different.
So that means we would have to eminent domain that home.
Not necessarily, well, and again, that's why the point that I brought up earlier was that this document might be in place, and this section of this boulevard might be in place for years before it actually is constructed. The portion that we as a city have control over ends right where that yellow hatched area is. That's part of our extraterritorial jurisdiction. The connection that goes from that point up to where Mahaffey is, where it connects into
Go to the
Mahaffey.
next slide.
Yes, sir. Oops. Tracy, if you, at the very top right-hand corner, right there, that's where that proposed alignment and connection would go, would meet with Mahaffey. And so that portion from that hatched yellow area to that portion up at that corner is where the city of Houston's major thoroughfare plan
Correct.
comes into place, or precinct 4 or 3. And so at that point, it would have to be an alignment of our CIP projects, or actually all of Harris or Precinct 3's CIP projects for that to come to pass. And so that person's house could be lived in and used, and then ultimately later on it could become derelict and purchased and then moved on. But it doesn't mean that we would build the road tomorrow or even in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years down.
I understand that, and I just, you made a statement. TxDOT said traffic patterns have changed with 99. You made that statement just now in about 2 or 3 council meetings, and we had even a workshop, that things were so bad on 2920 that we need to worry about raised medians in downtown Tomball. And now they're saying that traffic patterns have changed enough that it's not a problem. So here we've got two things that I'm sitting here going, wait a minute, which one is the way it needs to be, or which way is it truly, is it?
So if I could clarify that statement, is that there has been changes to the traffic patterns, right? And so, but what also has changed in the city, just as Mr. Spear had said, is that the number of people and number of trips that have been generated over those years from the last time information was gathered for, State Highway 99, et cetera, like in the surrounding area. So has the amount of population and the number of businesses, and all that stuff has changed. Now, the traffic data that I have, and I have a copy of it, it just shows that there has been a reduction. And the applicant might want to come back up here and talk to that, but there, in certain traffic movements, there has been reductions. Now that's still there, obviously, but has reduced in some of the number of traffic patterns that are out there, which could assume that there would be an alleviation of some traffic that used to use 2920 as their east-west corridor has gone in a different traffic pattern.
And I understand that. I'm not trying to throw you under the bus by any stretch of imagination. My question is, why can't we keep this road in our future thoroughfare plan and let the builder build on both sides of it? I mean, I've seen subdivisions that are split in section 1 and section 2, and let that go through the middle of it.
So that is a very good point, is that there is an opportunity, and I believe, as Mr. Spear had said, is that they're wanting to understand, is that was there truly a need anymore from the state of Tomball's idea? Is this necessary anymore? And so to find out if that's true or not, because there is an opportunity for them to still accommodate a portion of that road going east and west, and then still have opportunity and room enough to develop what they're looking for.
Thank you.
I'll just say this. I'm not in favor of giving up the thoroughfare plan. And I know traffic has changed with 99, but yet when you're out on 2920 with all the development still going on around Tomball, there's still a lot of traffic on 2920. I run into it every day when I come home from work. And, many cities wish they could have a bypass, unfortunately, that are located on highways. And they can't, just because of the way they're built and constructed. Tomball does have an option in the future. And like you said, it could be 10, 15, 20, 50 years down the way. I'm just not in favor of today giving up that option. I think we need to keep it I know what the issues were. I was serving on council on the west side when we go across 249. The option that we had discussed back then that we had issues with was putting entrance and exit ramps off of an overpass. The more I've thought about that since then, we don't necessarily need entrance and exit ramps. We can just go directly over 249 Full Road and keep it going where we don't have to worry about condemning property to build those entrance and exit ramps. So I think that's still an option. I'm not in favor of giving it up, so I will be voting in favor of retaining.
Nathan, why did y'all and staff want to eliminate it? What was your reason?
Actually, staff did not. So Harrisburg Homes came in and requested, originally when it came forth, we proposed there to be, how would I say it? We were suggesting that we look at this section. And what we wanted to do as staff is we wanted to, instead of looking at small segments of things, we wanted to actually look at it more regionally. And so at that time, due to the fact that we were down staff, we didn't have the appropriate resources to move forward with a proper application from staff's perspective. And so that got put on hold. And then what we suggested, because of a timeline, and just as Mr. Spear said, he runs an operation of business, and we didn't want to hold him up. So we provided him with an opportunity to submit an application to you via Harrisburg Homes versus the city of Tomball. And so all we were trying to do was provide basically a timeline as to what has happened up until this point. We also wanted to provide some other data that was discussed, as Mr. Dunnigan had said. There was some discussion from P&Z's side of things as, do we have enough information to actually remove this? Was there enough information that was provided? And so it was felt from Harrisburg's application that because of some of the things that happened in the recent past, like the downgrading of Medical Complex Drive on the western side that just recently happened, probably about a year or a year and a half ago, that there might have been, and along with, is this truly a true bypass through the city? Does it function as such? And so those were some of the questions that came up, and so what we wanted to do was, as staff, just provide those facts to P&Z, who's that recommending body, and then come to city council and say, leave it up to you guys as the decision makers to make that decision when it came down to it. Was there enough information to actually remove this segment? And again, wanted it to be driven from the side of things from the actual application from Harrisburg Homes.
Maybe that's not the scale by any stretch of the imagination, is it?
Scale and
If you zoom in on the area right there where it says medical at the M, if you were to zoom in on that right there, I just want to see how close you are to those other houses.
so that is the zoomed in inset portion.
Yeah, but that's not up further north. And I'm looking further north than that. I understand that home.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the medical, where it says medical complex right there. Yeah, if you zoom in right there.
And then, so that is that portion right there, sir. So if
That
you can-
is that portion?
Yes, sir. So if you, and I'm sorry, Tracy, if you were to zoom back into that, that's, yeah, where it says medical complex, you can see where the cul-de-sac is right there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if I go to the inset, that's that cul-de-sac.
So that house doesn't show up very well on a zoomed out. Yeah, I see.
But that center line is the center line of the road.
roadway.
isn't
Of where,
it? Medical complex.
yeah, and when the plat was done and the dedication of that road was done, that kind of prompted an alignment of such. There could be, remember, with a major thoroughfare plan, a line that's on the map itself is not the exact location of where that road would be built. It is a suggestion that there needs to be some circulation between here and there. And, ultimately, sooner or later, that there is going to have to be with the plating requirements within the city of Tomball, that you would have some sort of dedication of where that alignment would be. And this happened to just come in and was requested to dedicate for that road.
So my question back to you then again is, that's not a guarantee of where that roadway is gonna go. It could be aligned to the south a little bit and maybe there's some of that.
You're definitely right. Now, there are other, if you see, I'm
I'm worried about the golf green.
So this area right here, sir, this is so this area right here, there is an outfall to a detention facility in and around here. And then that crosses over here into the detention facility. So it becomes very, and then there's the golf course that's here. You're right, there could be a different alignment that's given from the, and again, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I would say that, the point of least resistance is usually what people are looking for. And there's just a lot of hurdles when you move up this way. And then, you have to look at what your ultimate goal is. Your ultimate goal or location is to connect in here. So your sway of where that connection might be is limited at this particular point. And I'm not sure if
One thing about this map that is great because it simply explains kind of the area, but what it does not address is kind of where the curvature of the road would need to be. If you could go back to where you have Huff Smith Corville and Medical Complex on the west, that actually creates a 90-degree intersection that exists with what is currently there. For safety reasons, it makes sense that it would be. The temporary rendering here doesn't really reflect a 90-degree intersection on the east side. So in order, rather than having, if you're looking at the map, as you imagine, this is Huff Smith Corville, the roadway going up like this, which is what's kind of rendered, it can't logically do that from a safety and traffic perspective. It would actually have to come more at a 90-degree angle, sweep down, then sweep up, and then sweep through. It actually, from an eminent domain perspective, I know I have a vested interest in saying this, but I don't see how a roadway at the reservation that's set up now for the right-of-way would actually be able to go through just one house. It's going to go through multiple houses. If you look right where the arrow is right now, there's a cul-de-sac there. All the houses in that cul-de-sac I have built in the last 2 to 3 years. If you take that arrow, I can tell you every one of those people's names, with the exception of the one, if you notice the creek that's there, go down one more lot. That's the only one that we did not build that was built by Tilson Homes. All those are very expensive homes. They are not inexpensive. They are not going to fall into disrepair. Every one of those people has the wherewithal to maintain and take care of those homes. But as you sweep up through that area, the other issue that we have is right now on the east side of Medical Complex, the roadway reservation is set up for 3 lanes going each direction with a boulevard in the center. We now know based on reality on the west side of Medical Complex, that's been downgraded. There's really, even if we were to take a reservation for the land to keep as a future possibility for a thoroughfare, should it be needed, I know I personally don't see the need for it, but I understand the city's wanting to reserve that, is I can't imagine on the west side of Medical Complex, it being a 2-lane boulevarded road going each direction and suddenly changed into a 3-lane boulevarded road, one, the cost of doing the road construction would be just outrageously expensive compared to the west side. The amount of residential property that you're going to have to condemn in order to do that, I just don't see for such a small stretch that being something that makes sense. And that's part of what our original application is. Yes, in an ideal world, I would like to have that piece of property on the Harris County side abandoned. That would be my ideal situation. But at the end of the day, as I'm under contract with property owners, is the one thing none of us can tell is what should the reservation be for that road right away? Is right now, I know it logically does not make sense to have 3 lanes go in each direction. 20 years ago, it probably did before the Grand Parkway was there. I mean, I can show you my Grand Parkway toll bill, and I drive that thing all the time. I imagine as quite a few of us do. But there's no way someone's going to take Huff Smith Corville to save time and cut over to where Mahaffey is now for that small little dog leg. Because when you get to the north side of 2920 where Mahaffey is, that's all residential now there anyway. And you have Willow Creek that's right there. You have the cemetery that's right there. There's really not a place where it logically makes sense to transition into another major thoroughfare other than the existing 2920. Like I said, I understand that I'm coming before you to ask for some guidance on this. But if nothing else, I have to be able to determine before I can do any type of land plan, what type of roadway, if we have to have that reservation, would be required. And to answer your question about subdividing that track, would that be ideal? No. Could we find a way to make it work? Maybe, but there's a huge difference between 120 feet of meandering roadway going through that piece of property versus something that's more realistic that reflects what currently exists on the west side of Medical Complex. And that's not something that's up to imagination. That's all been determined already because it's there. You can drive by, you can see it, it makes sense. And part of what we were doing in this land plan is in order to do what we wanted to on the residential side, the Brant track is really not much use to me, other than the entrance way that I want to have going through Medical Complex. That creates 2 hard corners for, like I said, restaurants, storefronts, those types of things. We have talked to the city about the possibility. Part of that's not in the city, it's in the ETJ, of having that annexed into the city. So that way the city gets revenue sources from that from a long-term perspective. That's really what our long-term vision is I know when I mentioned about the 4 corners, we all know what that is internally to our company. I'm just going to say this just so y'all have what our vision is. We're calling this the Crossroads. I don't know if that's a good name, if that's a bad name, but for us, it's kind of a destination of where people who live in this area, both city residents, people who frequent everything in the city, it's a place that they would all travel past, stop, spend money, and generate revenue for the city, generate revenue that generates everything in the community, and the money stays in the community. That's what our goal is. Like I said, I'm not a developer, I'm a home builder. I'm just trying to think outside the box of a way that we have this tract of property that otherwise is probably going to be utilized for storage facilities. I'm not saying anything that's a secret. That's what the contract that was in place before me, that and some type of low-income housing apartment type stuff. Like I said, I live in the area. I don't want to see that. But to me, I see an opportunity to take the success that we've had in this area and create something long-term that generates revenue for the city and for the area.
I have a question for David. David?
Yes, sir.
Why is it that we have 2-lane boulevard on the west side, and we're looking to go to 3-lane with a boulevard on the west side of Corville? Are we looking at that? Because that's what you just said.
East side.
East side.
On the east side.
East side.
Yes,
East side is 3 lanes and 3 lanes.
Because if you remember when we first did the first section of Medical Complex, section 3 from the medical district over to Cherry Street, that was a 120-foot wide right of way, full boulevard with the
2 lanes in each direction.
two lanes each direction. And then because of the crossing at the railroad tracks, we modified that plan to not have to require, and I think we're now at, is it still 120, Kyle? On section 4B?
David, the original vision for medical.
Come up so we can get you on recording. Sorry, Mayor.
I'm Kyle Bertrand, for the record. David, the original vision for Medical Complex and the way that corridor was set up was to accommodate an ultimate 6-lane facility. Okay, as a bypass to 2920. You could argue that does it truly function as a bypass
when you've got to make a conscious decision to turn left and move down that way. No, but that's not the argument. Okay. On the west side, when it got downgraded, it got backed up to an 80-foot right of way. When we continued the latest segment that's out there, that was reduced to 100 because the vision for 6 lanes kind of went away with not being able to get over 249. Your other hurdle there, as David mentioned,
Right.
is the
And so,
railroad.
since the master thoroughfare plan has not been modified, that is still under the 6 lane, but probably would be required to extend like we have been going with the 4 lane.
So that brings me to the question then, is that the 120 foot that we're looking at maybe reduced to 100 foot? Is that what I'm understanding?
Could be 100, could be 80. It's part of the question. Okay, what does it need to be if it needs to be retained?
And that's kind of why we rely on the expertise of staff and whomever, because that's not our forte. That's y'all's forte, and we need to know what you guys think. I mean, you know, we only make the decisions for the citizens, not for the staff. So what is staff recommending? I mean, I don't want to get rid of the thoroughfare. I will vote against getting rid of the thoroughfare, period. Now, if we can get it to a point of where they can utilize it for your entrance like you're talking about and still have property, I'm all for it. I'll vote in a heartbeat for that. But I'm not going to vote against getting rid of that for the future. Because we don't know what's going to happen in downtown. And you're taking away, just so you are aware, when you make your presentation, you're taking people away from downtown that we have worked so hard to make as a destination outside the city. I'm just letting you know what you said, and I'm just.
No, and if you look at where the hashed red line is that goes across, that northern, or I guess the northeast corner is in the city limits.
Right.
Okay. The south, or the southeast corner, this is one of the things that when we came in to talk with the city, our intent was to have that dedicated to the city as being annexed into the city. Our intent is not to try to take away from the downtown area. It's to try to provide things that are the downtown area maybe cannot provide due to proximity to where those houses are. I can tell you, I eat downtown all the time. I'm not going to drive over there, but if I lived right there and I'm trying to juggle getting kids home and kids to extracurricular activities, convenience is a lot for everybody, right? Is right now, most of those people are jumping out on 2920, going Grand Parkway to Kirkendall and going to eat at those restaurants. That doesn't benefit any of us, right? That's just the reality of where the restaurants are that are the bigger restaurants. The beauty about Tomball is it still has that small town feel. It's the thing that we love. None of us are going to veer away from that. But at the same time is if you have a choice of going way outside of Tomball or being in the city limits, which right now, most of the stuff that you see on the east side of Medical Complex is not in the city. But that was kind of part of what we thought was a win-win for everybody is how do we take this commercial track? I'm not a commercial builder. I'm not a person that does restaurant stuff, but I know that I would go eat there. I know my family, everybody I've talked to has voiced concerns about that. To put that in the city and make it a long-term revenue stream, that would be kind of what we would see as being a way that we could make it that win-win is we could get the ability to build these houses. The city would be able to generate this revenue stream. That's something that goes on beyond our building time in that community. And that's kind of what we saw is not taking away from Tomball, but adding to Tomball.
So David, Nathan, I think that the questions out there about if we maintain this, is it going to be 6 lanes or 4 lanes? But the other question is, what are we going to do if with that portion from Ag Road where it goes to 1 lane? Is that going to eventually be 4 lanes?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So that's the plan.
That's the plan.
So 4 lanes with the first segment of Medical Complex from the hospital to Cherry, 4 lanes after Cherry to Persimmon. And now we're talking about what, 4 lanes in this section.
Yes, sir.
So that makes sense to me, not 6 lanes, but 4 and 4, 4 and 4.
Correct.
Because I'll tell you, I go up and down, as you know, Medical Complex every day. The number of people walking, running, walking dogs on those sidewalks of Medical Complex is astronomical. It is a beautiful thoroughfare, and extending that, imagine extending that all the way to Mahaffey or wherever points beyond. I mean, it would be awesome to do. And so, and not to mention the relief traffic coming down, because you're going to get people that want to avoid 2920 coming down Main Street, and emergency vehicles coming down that with a straight shot to the hospital. I think it's worth maintaining that thoroughfare.
So David, I hold the motion, I believe. Do we need to say in the motion that we're gonna make sure that that's gonna be 2 lanes in each direction so that it is official, or how do you want to handle that?
I think, go ahead. I think that's, my guess is that that's in a different document. And that we're not that specific in the master thoroughfare plan. But you can, leave staff with instruction to bring that specificity back to the council.
And just one other point to Mr. Spear, can you handle 4 lanes through that area?
When you say, can I handle 4 lanes, can you
In terms of
clarify?
what you have thought in developing that building?
Would it be ideal? No. Now, having said that, I think the contour of how that right of way is laid out would make a huge difference in us being able to make that determination. I know Wesley is no longer here, but the conversations that we had with him was as we came to I'm doing this the opposite way, but if this was Huff Smith Corville and you come from the west side on Medical Complex, you have 2 lanes, is we would continue with 2 lanes as you entered into where we kind of envisioned this restaurant area. And then that would go down to, although there's a reservation for 2 future lanes, but we would be responsible for the installation of the concrete street, which once it reaches more where the residential area is, it would be a temporary 1 lane going each direction, but the right of way would still be set up. So in the future, that if that was decided to be put in, the right of way was there. So I'm just trying to get an understanding as when you're asking, could we handle that? Does that mean us installing all
No,
of that?
I'm
Or
just
just
saying, in terms of what you envisioned to build there, you obviously voiced, didn't want 6 lanes.
Sure, yes.
But 4 could work.
Like I said, it would come down to the contour, and that's more of an engineering question because there's drainage issues that have to be addressed and how do we balance that out? But at least that way we would have clarity of,
Yeah,
can we
that's where I'm
proceed
trying
with
to-
a land plan and determine, does this make sense? Right now, we're under contract and I keep paying extension fees and everything else trying to determine this. We thought we were going to have some type of idea in September, and here we are already in May. If we can't do it, then I don't want to hold up the property. I don't want to hold up the sellers. They've all been very good to us. I don't want to make it in any way sound like they haven't. They've worked with us through this because I think we're all in the same boat together. We're all trying to get clarity as to what makes sense as a community. And that's what our goal is.
Yeah, I think we're just trying to get the clarity also.
Sure.
I know precinct 3 is probably still in chaos. Has anybody spoken to them on what their wishes are?
Should I answer? Yes.
Well, I can tell you, because I have talked to, precinct 4 when they were still here. And so basically the county's position is this thoroughfare is the city's, and they will back up or recommend on their plan to match up with the city. So it really, the decision is the city of whether it needs to be there or not.
Okay.
David, one other question, and then I'll be ready to vote. Is there any possibility that the area that is outside of our ETJ, that is in Houston's ETJ, could actually be brought in to our ETJ or be annexed? If we're going to be putting roadway out there, sewer, anything else that goes in that gas? I mean, is that something we could have that would open up property in our city for future development?
It could, I mean, it's like the same thing on the west side, that if the property owners request to de-annex from the city of Houston, because they're going to want to request annexation of the city, that swap can happen.
Okay.
Yeah, the county though would be paying for their portion of the roadway connecting to Mahaffey.
Correct. Based on their
It's
CIP,
not.
yes.
Now, if this continues, then the county pays part of it, and then we have some too, but where is exactly the new fire station on Mahaffey proposed? Is it across 29?
It's across 2920.
20, close to
on
that
the-
subdivision on the left-hand side?
It would be, if you cross 2920, it's the third track back on the right hand side.
Okay, so. Thank you. This is our fire, our fire specialty on council now.
Go to that track.
Yeah. If I recall properly.
Nope.
It's the one right beside it.
Yep, right there.
Right there.
Yep.
Yes, we definitely need to have that.
Because there's a median right there.
Yes. Yeah, we need to have that. Absolutely.
Any other discussions? Thank you. Is there anything else that y'all would like to add or say? Okay, thank you. All right, so now we will call this for a vote.
No, this is to amend it. We vote. If we don't want to amend it, we don't vote yay.
The actual vote, it is.
The actual vote is to amend the conflict.
So a
Get
no-
rid of the thoroughfare is the
Correct.
proposal.
So it's a no if you don't want to amend it, a yes if you do. want to.
Correct.
Correct. And you don't vote.
Motion fails unanimously.
Now, I would like to, is this the time, Lauren, for us to have staff to come back with some more specifics on this, or should we wait for another opportunity?
I think staff has that understanding at this point.
Okay, that's it.
Next item, consideration to approve zoning case 22-106. Nathan, welcome back.
All right. No, back to the same.
What, Thursday?
All right, Mayor Council, Nathan Dietrich, Community Development Department. What we have before you is a request for a zoning case of P 22-106. And it's to amend the chapter and the official zoning map of the city of Tomball to rezone approximately 0.64 acres of land of lots 21 through 24, block 32, and as well as lots 25 and 27 in the Grandinetti tract from single-family residential 6 SF6 district to the Old Town Mixed Use District. And this is located sorry, could you go to the next slide, please? And this is located right on James Street, right across from the Public Works Building. And then obviously it's shown as hatched in yellow. These are the properties that have been in the city of limits of Tomball since 1907. It's part of the original platted tracts within Old Town Tomball. 3 structures are included in with this application. Currently, I'm sure everyone is aware of the White House that was built along the northern side of James Street, and then the additional 2 single-family residential lots to the east of that. There is included a separate vacant tract to the west of this White House that would be included in with this application. The reason for this is to construct, or this already constructed building, give this an opportunity to become a commercial type use of office space for this particular location. The surrounding land uses immediately to the north are all single-family residential detached structures. To the south is our community service building for where Public Works and our administrative building is. To the east, around 200 feet down, you have an assisted living facility. And then also about 200 to 300 feet southwest of this property, we have some more additional commercial or office tracts that are located along the south side of James. As stated before, this area is currently zoned SF6. This was adopted back in 2008 as this particular single-family residential zoning district. And according to Old Town Mixed Use as described within our zoning code in chapter 50-79, this area, or what they would like this area to be, is intended to promote a mixture of retail, commercial, and other non-residential uses, along with single-family homes and multifamily land use. Some additional information we wanted to provide to you is that in these commercial uses being authorized for this occupancy, existing or future buildings within these subject properties, the development would need to undergo the official plan review of the city. So they would need to meet all current restrictions within the city, and they would have to go through all building and fire review if and when new commercial and or single family residential changes would occur on these sites.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
My apologies.
I'm sorry.
I won't be long. Could you go to the next slide, please? The future land use plan, as shown here, is actually called Old Town Mixed Use, and this is intended as a category to be highly walkable and promote a district of a sense of place. So what they're actually asking for here is supported by our future land use plan. Could you go to the next slide, please? Here is the public notification map, and as requested previously from council, we wanted to make sure that you were noticed as to people that actually were either in favor or opposed on the map. And so as you can see, we had a number of folks show up at the meeting and voice their concerns, and even people that were outside of that notification area, which, you know, some folks do see our signs that we place on or our notifications within the potpourri. There was also, just to make sure that we're providing all the information, there was a landowner not within this area, but spoke on behalf of, in a positive note, on this change. They felt that this was very in line with what were the future wants and needs of the cities to be, and they felt that this is an appropriate change in the land use in this particular area. But I believe that we also have the same folks that did show up at Planning and Zoning Commission and are here to address you tonight.
And planning and zoning voted.
I'm just about there. I'm sorry, ma'am. So in the request, so there was for the change to Old Town Mixed Use, when staff recommended to City Council, to Planning and Zoning Commission, staff had a recommendation due to the fact that because it was in line with the future land use plan, which was again adopted by City Council back in 2019, that we recommended approval. However, in the discussion with Planning and Zoning, they voted to deny the case unanimously. And that was the reason for that. Part of that discussion that was generated was that inside of Old Town Mixed Use, in that land use district, there are a number of land uses that made a lot of people that read the proposed change to pause due to the fact that some of the uses that you would believe that Old Town Mixed Use would support actually are fairly intensive, and that was part of the concern that was brought up by the folks that weren't in favor of it. Planning and Zoning generated the discussion. What could it be used as? And in looking through some of that, of some of the land uses, there could be a auto body shop that could actually, which is minor, but it still could be an auto body shop. So that gave city or the Planning and Zoning Commission pause. Another question that came up was the assembly of the property. Could a person come in and purchase a large number of lots altogether and assemble the properties and then create a strip center? That was something that was brought up and was a note of concern. And how would that affect land values? There's concerns about how, if this were to change to be commercial in nature, would that impact land values in the area? And then just overall neighborhood impact and the sense of place. They believe that that would take away from that. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those questions for you. But I know the applicant is here and would like to make the presentation.
And we'll do that after we have the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is to conduct a public hearing for case 22-106. It is now 8:05 p.m. and we are opening the public hearing. Doris, do we have anybody signed up?
Scott Moore.
State your name, home address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Scott Moore, 404 South Pine Street, across the street from the notification area for this planning, so I didn't get that notification, even though I'm directly across the street. I'm here to express my opposition to taking residential zone in this area and turn it commercial. I think once you let that cat out of the barn, you can't turn it back around and come back in. We all and our neighbors, and I think I'd like to ask them all to stand, all the neighbors on Clayton Street that are against this are here tonight. We bought homes in a residential neighborhood, and we're not wanting to see a commercial business. An office sounds nice, but who knows what it's going to be 5 or 10 years from now. Michelle and I, who I'm speaking for, which I don't normally get to do, but in this case, I am, plan on being in Tomball for a very long time. So to have an auto mechanic shop or something noisy or anything else is something we're not very excited about experiencing. Pine Street's already a fairly busy street, and 4 more businesses on the end of Pine Street is creating more traffic. Is a safety concern for me. We all walk our dogs, we ride our bikes, all these things. Pine Street's not all that wide. It can be dangerous. So I don't think we need to add any more commercial traffic up and down Pine Street. So I would just respectfully ask that City Council deny the request to rezone this as something other than residential. Thank you.
Kevin and or Donna Lab.
Good evening. My name's Kevin LeBay. I live at 515 Clayton Street. My property, the back of my property butts against the one of the, or actually 2 of the lots. I'm opposed to it. My wife and I moved into Tomball, downtown Tomball. We've been residents for over 25 years, but we moved downtown wanting to get into a neighborhood. You know, we lived in a big subdivision with big homes, and what we saw in downtown Tomball were neighbors, people that we know, people that we love, people that we talk to. Found a beautiful little house. We invested about $150,000 into it to modernize it a bit, to build a bedroom out the back into our backyard. I have a water oak tree that's beautiful. I put my chair under there and drink a cold beer after I mow the lawn, right? And directly behind me now is this house that's being built, or has been built. And it's on the lots that are going to be, that they're looking to do mixed use. And I want to make sure that we understand, and I know you do, it's already residential. So mixed use means commercial is what it means. And this house was originally built to be single family residence. It was on the market for a long time at one valuation or one estimate, and it went up, and eventually after a year and a half of not selling, they decided to make it a commercial property, I guess, to help with the real estate. I can't say. And what we're concerned about is that it could be anything. And the Planning Commission agreed with this. They said that they could buy all 4 lots. You heard this, turn it into strip center. Could be a restaurant. They already showed a plan. The developer already showed a plan that had the half of the lot behind us turned into a parking lot, right? This isn't what we want. And I don't think it's what you want for your people in downtown Tomball. The city is the people. The businesses help. We're here for the businesses. We're here because they're nice and to walk to them. But it's the people of Tomball that make up this city. And all I'm asking from the council is that you understand that and help us keep that, what's so wonderful about this town, and help us by not letting the commercial businesses take over. A couple quick notes, I'll get done. The developer showed a map at the planning commission, which, by the way, that was a unanimous vote no. And it showed all the spots that had become multi-use. And when you looked at it, it covered. It's like we're getting pushed out, and it feels like we're getting pushed out in that town. And that's not what we want, right? It's not what we want. Finally, I would say that the one landowner that was in favor that showed up was his real estate agent. So there's some reason for her wanting it to be, to move forward. We all know that, right? So I'm just asking that you please consider where we're at and do something for the people in the town that want to live there and want to make this our homes. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Kathy Paulson.
I was very nervous speaking, but I'm Kathy Paulson and my husband is here also. We were at the meeting about a week or two ago. We were pleased that the planning commissioners voted against it. We're at 606 South Pine Street. So we're right there at the corner, a very, very busy corner, James and Pine. We are right next to the Alzheimer place. They don't bother us and we're fine. We're hoping to put a fence a little higher or whatever around, but we love our neighborhood. So we face directly to the proposed development or going potentially to retail. Right now, we were excited to see the big white house being built. I'm from Houston and I've seen my old neighborhoods in Houston with taking down the smaller homes sometime and making them really nice or just remodeling them. And, so we were excited when we found out it was going to be potentially commercial. It just broke our hearts because we were hoping to expand our house. We want to be settled in there. We've been here about 7 years. We came from Cypher. We love Tomball. We walk all around, just like they're saying, to potentially put a parking lot. And now the house across the street just went vacant. They moved out. I don't know if it's on the market or not. It floods, but they could potentially buy that in that whole corner. And it just would ruin everything. We respect that businesses want to come in, but hopefully there'll be more on the main downtown area, but not in our neighborhood. We have a lot already in there. It's so busy. So we're just asking you to please respect that and vote no, just like the planning commissioners did. Thank you.
Lawrence Paulson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lawrence Paulson and Kathy just spoke. That's my wife. We're at 606 South Pine Street. Everything she stated is pretty much what I would state also. And so our backyard neighbors also are here. Just reiterate everything that they stated. Because I know when we go out our front door, what they're proposing, what they want, the front door is sitting right there looking right at this stuff. I don't want to see that. I want to see neighbors I can wave to, hello to, not commercial, whatever is going to go happen. And if it goes commercial, if you guys allow it, it could be a restaurant. It could be a big loud noise box going on until midnight. Who knows? I don't want to hear that when I want to go to bed at 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever. So, we just appreciate your attention to see what the correct way to move while doing this is. And other than that, thank you very much for your time.
I have no one else signed up.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak that did not sign up? Yes.
Fresh face to the area. Hello, everyone. You guys may have seen me.
A name and address.
Oh, I am so sorry. Yes.
That's
So
okay.
first time doing this.
Me too.
My name is Jeffrey Plum. Yeah. Yeah. No one's seen me before, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so Jeff McClung, I am probably one of the crazy people that they think that signed the petition on 504 James Street. We just moved in. We've done a lot of work to the house. We've, put up a fence, put a new driveway, excited to live in the area. We've lived in the Tomball area for about 12 years, most recently by where the movie theater is. Love the area. I've been coming out here for years. German Fest, obviously. I own one of the original boots that I've had for 10 years and I still drink out of it. But I will say I understand everybody's cases to not approve this. I will say, coming from a neighborhood and having currently, and I don't know anybody here, and I don't know if anybody's here that owns the houses, but the houses directly next to me are properties that aren't necessarily in the best condition. These are residential properties. The vacant lot that the young lady was speaking of is directly right next to me, has a huge hole on the side. This is a rental property that obviously hasn't been taken care of. I say that that is more of an eyesore than an office building that's open 9 to 5 or a small little shop that's open the same hours. I would rather look out my window and see a property that's well taken care of than a rental property that's in disrepair, or having to worry about, if somebody doesn't buy that property, if somebody from out of state, which happens a lot in this area, buys up the property as a corporation, and we've got a revolving door of tenants that we never get to know. Which has been my experience in the past neighborhood we've had. We've had 7 different people live next to us in the past 12 years, and I do not want to have that again. So that's pretty much my biggest contention. I love the fact that we can walk and get to everywhere. I like the fact that I can buy a golf cart and drive around in the city and go to everything that we've loved and have been doing for, a decade at least. So, that's pretty much my big spiel. Hi to everyone that lives around. You all see me walking my dogs. One's very fat and one's very small. If y'all see me, say hi. It's me and my wife and our 2 fat dogs. They take after their owner. But yeah, that's all I got for you guys. So pleasure to meet everyone. Been here 2 weeks. Didn't think I'd be out here, but hey, I'm here. So nice to meet everyone. Thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close the public hearing. It is now 8:15. And we are closing the public hearing. So next item on is the first reading of the ordinance. To approve the first reading of the ordinance only is what we're going to do now. So I have a motion to read by caption only on first reading, ordinance number 2022-04.
Motion.
Second.
Third.
Okay, call for the vote.
This is just for me.
This is just for the reading.
Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance number 2022-11, an ordinance of the city of Tomball, Texas, amending chapter 50 zoning of the Tomball Code of Ordinances by changing the zoning district classification of approximately 0.64 acres of land legally described as being all of lots 21 through 24 of block 32 in revised map of Tomball, as well as lots 25 and 27 in Grandinetti tract, from single-family residential 6, SF6 district to the Old Town and Mixed Use District, being generally located in the 500 block north side of James Street within the city of Tomball, Harris County, Texas, providing for severability, providing for a penalty of an amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof, making findings of fact and providing for other related matters.
Just for purposes of clarification, is that ordinance number 2022-11 or 04?
2022-11.
Right. Okay, so call for the vote.
Well, you
We already did that. Motion.
Right. Motion.
Take a motion. Okay, discussion?
I'll go ahead and start. I'm not in favor of changing this to Tomball mixed use. And let me explain to you why. When we do that, in Old Town Tomball mixed use areas, you can use on-street parking for your business. There's not enough space in that area for on-street parking for a business. The White House that was recently built, beautiful house. My wife loves that house. If the house could be moved, we'd probably be in it somewhere, but she loves that house. But that, in my opinion, is not a place for commercial business. I don't think there's enough space in front for parking for that area, and I will be voting against.
Madam Mayor, I do have the applicant here and they do have a presentation for you guys.
Okay. We're in a discussion time, so.
And if I could respond to that for you, sir, is that the vacant property that is immediately adjacent to the house itself, I think it would be to the west side of the house. There were submissions with the intent of placing a parking lot there. And there is enough room to accommodate what types of land uses that would be allowed within that zoning district. And they would have sufficient parking for that location.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Would the applicant like to come up now?
Hello, test.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So, is it? Good evening, my name is JB here, I live on 414 North Chestnut Street, also in future use Old Town. And I found the presentation at the planning and zoning very helpful. It's kind of it was an interesting space to kind of exercise an idea of how to present this case to the public at large. And I came away feeling kind of inspired, despite the fact that, obviously a lot of people are pushing back. And I share this man's, I share his, I'm sympathetic to him because I'm used to see a big bad developer guy or something like that. Trying to hustle some commercial space. I don't know. That's just the cynical side of me. On a positive side with this is I've kind of modified my presentation from what I gave planning and zoning to address those concerns that we came across, which I'll get to. So my wife and I, about 4 years ago, moved to Tomball from the Heights. And the reason why we came here is because we had identified Tomball, Magnolia, Conroe area, and Montgomery as a space to do something that has never been done before. Okay, there's a whole bunch of land for big guys and a whole bunch of land for little guys. But there's a bunch of land that's too little for the big guys and too big for the little guys. And there's a section of a demographic that's not being met. And so when we were talking about building these little small scale neighborhoods that are like little garden neighborhoods, so rather than scrape all the dirt, build parking lots and put houses in them, which is something was talking about living in those subdivisions just a moment ago. We were inspired by potential investors, things like that. But this is beautiful, but you're going to need a prototype house. So what you're looking at right there, the big white house, is actually a prototype house. So when my wife and I bought these two lots, our original intention was we were going to put two little 2-bedroom, 3-bath shotgun bungalows there to showcase what we want to do at a larger scale. We're at 9, 10, maybe 11 houses in these little small enclaves of land throughout the area. Somewhere along in the process of building this thing, we ran out of money. So there be a lot of people saying we couldn't sell it. Actually, we had a lot of people that wanted it. One of the major complaints that people had was the location. That was the #1 complaint that we had. we had to, as the economy started to shift and change during that process, we also ended up having to add an upstairs in order to make this thing something that we could get out of with, you know, and hopefully break even. In that process, we got so much good feedback from so many people throughout the community, not just the neighbors, that our concept of what we want to do here in the Tomball area makes sense, you know, for the next 10, 15, 20 years, what we want to do, which is to build these cool little neighborhoods. And so we got inspired to make it our office. And that's where the conversation really first came in. Because, okay, well, you know, everyone says, hey, can I move that old house? And that's interesting that you say that. I mean, that is, we get that question all the time. And I tell them you better pack a lunch because I built it really well. So in shifting that, we're like, okay, well, that would solve the problem if we could run our businesses out of it. We could have Bungalow Shires, which is our company. We would literally be living inside of our model home and showcasing all of the things that we want to do. And of course, we would need parking. We own the adjacent lot next door. Because right now it doesn't make sense to actually put a house on it yet. So you're going to see me kind of feed some of that. Now, when we started talking about it, my wife and I, okay, well, then what does this mean for this area? Well, let's start really rethinking the 500 and 600 blocks of Tomball, because really, across the street from them, as you'll see, is not going to change, not anytime soon. And I would imagine that some of the folks that are here today were living on the 500 and 600 block before the city built the public works across the street, probably would have been protesting that as well. Because, you know, why are you going to put this big monstrosity across? It's going to have people parking in my yard every time there's a vote. You know, fill in the blankets. And the traffic on James and Pine is not going to go down by any stretch of the imagination. Regardless of business, it's going to continue to go up because people recognize it as a thoroughfare. And we'll get to that. So, and I'll show you other examples of where it's been done in the city as well. And hopefully you can see that we're not really trying to do something that's never been done before. We're actually trying to go in the tradition of something that actually is part of what makes Tomball really cool. So here you can see the surrounding Old Town and mixed use. Everything starting from right there on Vernon Street to, you know, over 2 blocks from Main Street. And then there's like one little tiny one right there on the right-hand side. And then you can kind of see our proposed area there where we're thinking. Frankly, we feel like the 500 and 600 blocks of James should theoretically be something like what we're proposing, because the city, the public works is there. There's an apartment building, there's Anderson windows and a big giant swath of land that's never going to be a neighborhood. Okay, so this makes sense to think of Main Street kind of like as a U shape. But nothing in the center. We're not proposing doing anything on the insides of the roads that are buffered by the alleys, which you can see, which are white right there. This is the zoning map as it stands. Everyone knows the circle down there at the bottom is us, is where we're proposing, again, across the street from the public works. This is the future land use, which, you know, contrary to what most might believe, we're in complete disagreement with the land use matrix as it stands. And we will be here for a long time, involved with city council and with whatever committees are around, to help drive the use matrix, because it contains, what we've discovered is it contains a lot of flaws that can kind of almost accidentally create a lot of red herring conversation, because anyone who thinks that a strip mall is going to go in on 522 James or on the 500 blocks of James really hasn't done a lot to do development here. It's really hard to do those kinds of things. And I think that's what Nathan was alluding to, the amount of work and heavy lifting that's necessary. I mean, it's already a fight, and I want to put little small office buildings, or I want to just use it for offices. This is the map that was referred to everywhere. It looks like everyone's being pushed out. It's because they're these big pins. But if you zoom in on them, what they are is they're relevant businesses. There's a gazillion more businesses here than what you see. The ones I pinned right here are ones that are existing small businesses, professional offices that are run in former residential houses. And I'll show some pictures of that as we go. There you go. These are the ones within a half a mile. I disagree with some of the ones that are on the inside of this, because I don't think, you know, we should be inside the neighborhoods where a lot of the folks live. But along the major arterials, it makes sense. So anyway, these are some examples. So here's Pine Street. This is up the street. This is down Cherry. These are examples of houses that have been converted into these little buildings or these little professional office spaces. That one house right there that's right next to the blue house is the only property right there zoned Old Town mixed use. That's that one that's kind of sitting there by itself. Here's another one down on Alma. These are all on high traffic arterials, by the way. The ones that you're seeing in these pictures right here are all on high traffic arterials. This is James and Alma. Okay, there's another one. That's at the corner of James. This is literally, you can see this one from our front porch. You'll probably be able to see it in one of the pictures I have later. Okay, this is the storage unit that's right next to us. If anyone's seen this, it's already an existing storage unit that's right there that's built up to the lot line, believe it or not, in the 70s, back before they had a lot of these lines. That's our next door neighbor, basically. This one's up Pine as well. This whole property is Old Town mixed use. This one's on Main. I put this one here. You know, the ones on Main, I had some pushback with that. They were like, well, that's Main. I know, but it's the concept of what makes it right. When we were designing Bungalow Shires, we were stressed out living in the Heights. We lived on Oxford inside the Loop, and we were watching them tear down all these beautiful bungalows and put spaceships next door. And so we thought, okay, well, what if we could put them back and start building bungalows back where they used to be and make them cool again, but built, state of the art with modern construction practices, which is what we've done. A lot of the houses you see here on these pictures, believe it or not, are not actually original to Tomball. Most of them have been moved here. It's really interesting if you want to sift through the Google Earth, you can go back through the years and see just how barren Tomball was at one point. Like a lot of these trees weren't even there. That one's up on Baker. This one's actually for sale as commercial use, and it's in SF6 right now. That's in SF6 residential. So right here, everyone probably recognizes this. This is where the bee people are at. It's across the street from, Tejas is right over there. This little section of houses sitting in a row like this could very similarly be done with what we want to do on Tomball. These are down the street from our house. This was one of the inspirations for us putting our business in it, because we want to build houses. So Kirk Holmes did this. They took an old house and made it their offices, and we're like, that would be really awesome. What if we did that? There's our sign in the front of our house. So this is the proposed. Did you pull a PDF up, or this doesn't look? This looks like my old presentation. Are you sure? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Well, I guess that's the nature of technology these days. I know I just opened it on my computer. I got a wing and I got a wing, I guess. Because what I did is I addressed all the concerns that everyone had. I addressed all the uses concerns. I addressed all of the everything. I addressed it all. Actually, you guys would have been really good. Probably been, okay, now I can see, and that's what I wish I had at planning and zoning, so that everyone could understand it. See, most people just don't understand James Street. They understand all of the spots on the inside of it, but not looking out. I know you have. I understand, and I understand why everyone's.
Yeah, we need to, go ahead and present.
Yeah. Well, it's really a bummer. I have it on Google. I can pull it up in the internets. Yeah, these are old. That's the old one. And let me just look at it really quick. See if I can figure it out.
Mayor, can we have a 5-minute recess, please?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Sorry.
Right. Sorry, this will be the second meeting in a row.
Yes, yes.
Let's see if the line's clear. Sorry. Couldn't go any longer. All right. You notice how long I was gone? Sorry? Yes. Y'all are a bunch of. Oh, easy.
Didn't get one.
I asked my daughter to get 2 of them. I'll take them. She's taking some home for me.
I figured that area was packed earlier, so I was going to stay away from it.
Yeah.
I got one. Thank you. She asked me for the water. She asked me for water. What's the pick of water?
No. You can sign it before you leave. Don't worry about it. Okay, so this.
Told Lori, I said, I do have to go.
Okay.
I have to be at Pearland at 8 o'clock.
They have hotel rooms.
Tiffany.
Chad.
What's he eating over there?
I just had a cupcake.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I finally went out.
Where y'all recessed to is the cupcakes? Shame on y'all.
Did y'all get another cupcake?
I want to hear, that's my dinner.
Somebody needs to get Randy out of the cupcakes.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. Here, I have no problems doing it. I was wondering, give it. Put them in cups, bring them in. Cup them up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope, this is not.
I like to try to give everybody fair opportunities.
True.
Is it coming?
Ready?
Okay.
We don't want to have a griddle.
All right, we will now reconvene. We will now reconvene. Thank you. And are you ready to continue your presentation? Yeah.
Oh, 62-year-old people.
While you are looking for your presentation, in the interest of time, we may continue the discussion if anyone else wants to speak. Well, to give you some time to get your presentation.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I mean, do you need some more time to
Well,
connect your
it's-
presentation?
For some reason, it's not going through the city email. It's showing I sent it. But it's not. Which are security, the city security features seem to be. Well, I don't know. What is the process? Just kick me out because my technology's not working. I mean, the fact is, it is, I know that there's so much anger and frustration about this. But what I will do, I guess, because I don't seem to appear to have any alternative other than, I guess, to try to file this again at a later date, is change is coming to Tomball. Okay, change is coming. And it's going to happen in places probably where a lot of people didn't think it would happen. James Street right now, the way that the 500 and 600 blocks of James Street work, I would actually, I know that I'm not a very old man and I haven't been on this planet very long, but I can tell you in the past 2.5, 3 years that I have been, well, actually it's been 4 years since we bought those lots. I'm almost 100% that I would be willing to bet that if God were sitting right here, I could bet anyone I have thought more about those 2 lots than anyone that's probably existed in the history of Tomball. I've thought about the future of Tomball. I have a 9-year-old. My wife and I send our kids to school here. Our oldest is graduating 8th grade. She's going to go to Tomball High School next year. We're super excited about that. When we first got to Tomball, we were warned against it, actually. We were warned against it, but our school was here and we got tired of driving 45 minutes from the Heights. So as we were thinking, okay, well, where are we going to do this? Originally, we were going to try to do these little neighborhoods in acre homes. And we were dissuaded against that because of the problems with incorporated Harris County. And so we started thinking, okay, well, we've got to do these because pocket neighborhoods are not new to the United States, not by any stretch. This is 100-year-old technology, European ways of building homes, where the homes and the neighborhoods are actually built, the roads and infrastructure are built around the neighborhoods versus the houses being built around the infrastructure. And so we identified Tomball as a really cool place to do that. But when we showed up here, we were warned dozens and dozens of times, you do not want to try to do business in Tomball. It's an absolute nightmare. It's terrible. The city council is terrible. The zoning commission people, terrible. You can't get anything through permits. I mean, fill in the blank with every possible red flag. Do not come to Tomball because you will not be able to get anything done was thrown in our face. And what I found is that It's exactly the contrary.
Tomball is actually some of the most reasonable, rational people that I've ever worked with in a municipality. And this is not the first time I've done this in a small city. I understand what everyone is really trying to protect. It makes sense. We would never want to do anything other than that. If we believe that the future of Tomball is not a convalescing retirement community. We believe the future of Tomball is actually what's possible with urban centers. I guess this would be considered like an excerpt. So it's what we believe is possible that can be done, where you can actually have an integration of commerce and livability. You can put them together. They're not diametrically opposed. Unfortunately, the good have to suffer for the bad. What I did discover is that a lot of bad apples did come in to Tomball and really did. They mucked it up. It's bad. You look at the existing land use matrix, there's a bunch of stuff in there that, like for Old Town, technically you could put a strip bar on Main Street. Who's going to let that happen? No one's going to let that happen. I don't know how you get a certificate of occupancy for that. Okay, I don't. If you've never tried to plat land in the city of Tomball, it is a very complicated thing. So to take 4 7,000 square foot lots on James Street, I don't care how much money you come into Tomball with, you're not going to be able to get them replatted to put a strip mall. It's just not going to happen. So what happened at planning and zoning is we ended up sitting here and arguing about red herring after red herring after red herring. So I pushed all that stuff to the side, and in this presentation that we don't see right now is, we sat and we really prayed about this really heavily. We thought, okay, let's, because we're clearly being perceived as these big bad guys who just want to come in, we want to make the money, all this other stuff. We're like, no, this is actually what makes Tomball. You can't have Tomball just be a place to live and only have stuff in one spot where everybody goes, and everyone has their own little secret nook that's only theirs and their best kept secret. You have to, in order for Tomball to grow, it's going to have an integration. And what I wanted to show you was all these wonderful pictures of great little small businesses that are wonderful stewards of the economy here. They donate to your baseball teams. They pay more in taxes that actually help build the roads that everyone loves so much and the sidewalks that we're going to eventually get some down the line. They tend to be more secure. They take better care of their property, which that was a concern that had been brought up as well. And we believe that that is a great thing for Tomball. Now, we live on the other side of this corner of Old Town mixed use. We live on Chestnut and Carroll. Right across the street from us is the Old Tomball Hospital. And when we bought our property's actually increased almost 45%, 35% since we bought it, across the street from the old hospital, with the potential for a gas station to try to go in down the street. So that was another thing. Well, we're afraid our property values are going to go down. It's not the case. Property values are continuing to go up, and they're going to. You have people on both ends of the spectrum in the city. Some who want to artificially stifle the values of their homes because they don't want their taxes to go up. And then you have others that think that if a business is next door, then their property values are going to go down. But unfortunately, the metrics are completely the opposite. There are houses here in Tomball with properties on both sides, and their houses have doubled in the past 10 years. Our realtor that was mentioned earlier, she actually has like 5 or 6 properties here in this area, and knows Tomball issues better than most. Okay, her vested interest in this is that she wants to see all of her properties do well as well. She's been doing this for 20 years here. This is kind of her farm, so to speak, and wants to see it grow because it's what makes a city vibrant. My wife and I, want to eventually do the same thing with our house where we're at. We want to do it for our house, not just for the neighborhood. We want to do it for our house because we've had this idea of a really high-end boutique architectural salvage. So the old white house that you see there has a 120-year-old front door on it that we salvaged, rebuilt it, and put it on the front to make it look old. We've salvaged all kinds of old furniture. It's a dream of ours to make these houses look really cool and old. But we want to do the same thing with our property at some point. So we're really involved in this. We're not doing this so that we ruin our neighbors' houses. And in fact, we've talked to a lot of our neighbors. Now, contrary to the small portion of Clayton, they represent a very important piece. You would see in my presentation we outlined deed restrictions that we are going to build into all of the properties so that when they're sold or resold, there's restrictions, there's deed restrictions. It's not very complicated, but it restricts them down to businesses that only operate during normal business hours. They can only be professional offices, et cetera, et cetera. I can tell you not to put a swimming pool in if I wanted to in a deed restriction. Again, it's not complicated. I heard parking lot, and it's not true. We're not going to take this bare dirt and put a parking lot. We're going to put some parking spaces. And Tomball has, if I recall correctly, a low impact development section of the city planning and development, which is probably who we would be working together with to come up with a way to have low impact development on the majority of our parking spaces, meaning some kind of aggregate or pavers or something like that. Something that could easily be removed if at a later date someone wanted to put another lot there or another house or so on and so forth, but not a bunch of concrete that's harder to move around, that messes with the drainage issues and so on and so forth. So we've spent a lot of time thinking about what does this mean for the city. This change is coming. And you know, I say this very respectfully, there's a vast majority of the people in this room who will not be here when I am still here. And I want to be part of that change. I want to be part of it. I want to help make this place better. We have got to relook at this land use matrix, because right now what it's doing is it's stifling the growth of this city. People are they're being scared away from it. People who are really well-meaning and who want to do the right thing. And that's who we are. We want to do the right thing. We actually really want to do the right thing. We don't want to argue. We're not trying to take anything away from anyone. I don't know how much time anyone has actually spent, but if you don't mind, drive down James Street, slow down at the 500 block, look at the side that we live on, and then look at the other side. Then make a block. There is nothing that we could do that is going to harm the houses there. Nothing. You could run strip malls all the way down it. It's not really going to change anything inside. No one's going that way. Everyone's going up and down James Street. And as all these big planned developments grow all around us, more and more people are going to be coming through. We have the hospital. We have all those medical offices. More and more people are going to need those medical facilities. They're going to be traveling up and down James and Pine Street. And again, I can just keep going and going and going. I've thought a lot about it. It's what makes sense. And there's a bunch of places throughout the city that make sense for this, because you get a perfect balance of businesses that are stewards of the land, good neighbors, and their amenities. Their amenities. And that's what we all really need to be thinking about in my head, is what does Tomball look like as an amenity? People keep calling it the Heights, but most people who actually are that really get around and out and then come back to Tomball call it the Heights of the Woodlands. Most of the business owners that I know here, half their customers are from the Woodlands. They come over here. Well, what do they come here for? They definitely don't come here to live. Some of them do, but they're coming here for the amenities. They're coming here for all the things that make Tomball cool. Businesses are what do that. You know, there was a talk about putting, more businesses on the outskirts of town. And I thought that was really interesting that you said, well, we spent so much time trying to get businesses here. Well, this is the first step, in getting businesses here. These, I found statistics that businesses that work here, people that work here are so many more times more likely to patronize the local restaurants, to shop the grocery stores, to patronize all the local businesses. So it really lifts the entire economy of the city. All of that was in my wonderful presentation. If anything, it was not meant to convince everyone that I'm right and try to get a bunch of yays. It was just because I'm not stopping here. It was to hopefully help my neighbors understand that we do have a way to do this that works for everyone. Gives everyone the benefit. They get their quiet, peaceful life inside of a city. Tomball is a city, not the country, and with adjacent businesses that are really good stewards and are amenities for the city that help with the economic growth and so on and so forth. Maybe someday I'll get to present that. It looks like tonight the odds were against me. So thank you for listening. And if you guys don't have any other questions, I'll just.
Thank you. Is there any other discussions? Let's talk. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak, or any other discussions that we have?
I would like to say something else. I think, sir, Sir,
Excuse me, sir.
I understand your frustration.
My frustrations with my presentation.
Well, and there may be something we can do about that.
Yes,
We may be even be able to table this and have you come back. When,
I'd be honored.
that may be, I'm not guaranteeing that because the council has to agree to that. I think you have a viable product. I think your overall concept of building like a little pocket subdivision with those type of homes would be great, and especially for the Tomball area. What you're asking though for tonight is you're asking for that area to be rezoned Tomball mixed use from an SF6. And what you may or may not understand about that is for just putting like your office there, like pictures of the other offices that you showed, probably would not be a big deal. But the issue is, if you all of a sudden move out of that building in a year, that's been rezoned to Tomball mixed use. So that means all those other options of businesses that can be put into a Tomball mixed use area can go in there. So it could be something that could have more of an impact on that area than just what you're talking about.
May I address that? real quick?
Sure.
That's what I meant by deed restrictions. Is these things live with it for a long time, the property. We sold our house in Garden Oaks. It had deed restrictions that said you actually can't put your slaves in the front.
Well,
You know what I mean? So they live with the properties.
They do.
Of course, to ensure.
But
their
can I
neighbors are safe.
address that?
Yes, sir.
We can only vote on a zoning issue. We cannot, and Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong, we cannot implement deed restrictions.
No, we cannot enforce it.
And so the issue that we have with that is we have many people come before this council and present a zoning option and tell us what they want to build on a parcel of land. We vote on it thinking that's what's going to go there. And in a year from now, it changes to something else that still falls within that zoning classification. But it changes what the overall type of business was that was going to come in. We can't control that. So we have to vote on things that we can control.
Yes, sir.
So I don't want you to get discouraged because I think you do have a good idea for Tomball in that. I'm not in favor of changing that area
Yes, sir.
to be zoned.
How do we get through this though? Because we have a big future use. I'm not asking for anything that already has been planned for and agreed upon by this body. I'm not asking for anything different. It's already there. I'm just
Well,
asking to
but
use it.
let me
So-
say
so
this,
what was the
a lot of
purpose?
those businesses that you showed in your presentation
Yes, sir.
were businesses that were implemented before zoning happened in Tomball.
Yeah, there's some. that-
And so because of that, and believe me, I served on the planning commission before I was even elected to this body on council. We had people wanting to come in the middle of residential subdivisions and put in businesses. Some of those businesses that you showed in your presentation, there was not a thing we could do as a city of Tomball to stop them because they met all the setback requirements and everything else. That's why Tomball passed zoning. If zoning would have been in place back when those businesses were put in place, most of those businesses probably would not be there today. And they would still be single-family residential homes. So like I said, I don't want you to get discouraged because I think you have a good product in that. And I'll leave it up to the rest of the council if they want to table this for you to come back and give your
I would
presentation.
really be honored to do that. I mean, because another thing that doesn't get taken into account is the hardship of 500 and 600 block of James Street.
Mhm.
Because my house appraises just like the guys behind me. But I have more traffic on James than I know what to do with. And the city doesn't really seem, I mean, and this is no offense, I'm just saying that not from anything I've seen, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of attention on how to regulate. There's all this time spent on trying to figure out a little corner of a medical center, but no one's talking about what to do with James Street, the speeders and the people who are riding your bike on James. That's a death trap. You know,
That's a policing issue.
Right, but you understand what I'm saying? So,
And
well,
that's why we have
what
our
I'm saying
chief
is
of-
that street's never gonna change. It's not gonna get less traffic. It's only gonna get more traffic.
I
But
don't
my house is
disagree
on
with you.
500, 600 block. My house and everyone else is appraised at the same value as the ones behind it. So there's a lack of parity right there, just off the jump. Now, if those
Mayor,
houses
call the
were-
question, please.
Beg your pardon.
please call the question. I mean, he's had enough time. He's explained his situation and I appreciate that, but it's just, it's continual, the same thing. That's all I'm
My
saying.
presentation was more specific.
I understand that,
Yes,
but
sir.
Okay,
so I'll call the
I would
question.
be honored to come back.
thank
If
you.
would- if you guys agree, be more specific.
Now, we have a
Yes, call
request
the
to.
question. The
Table?
motion was to adopt this ordinance. That motion, if we, who holds the motion? I believe that can be amended if the council will agree to allow you to amend your motion to table.
I'm sticking with what I've got right now. Thank you.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. The question.
So is there, we have discussed, discussion is closed. We're going to call for the vote.
That is correct.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Motion fails unanimously.
Item number 3. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next item is on the agenda is resolution 2022-19. Nathan?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead and read.
It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Tomball calling for a public hearing on the creation of a public improvement district and being located within the City of Tomball. Public hearing, so I will entertain a motion to, we needed this, Nathan needs to tell us about the item.
She's got it presented.
You're gonna-
We're waiting on the microphone.
Oh, okay.
We only have the 2.5-hour battery. That's cool.
I want to tell people they normally don't go this long. This was just a special night. And please, I encourage you to still come back, still come to council. It's nice. It's nice to have your participation.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. All right, here we go. Staff received a PID petition from HMH Tomball Townhomes LLC or History Maker Homes for the creation of Public Improvement District number 14, which is the development on Holdreath Road known as Seven Oaks. Once fully developed, Seven Oaks will have 143 townhomes which will range from 3 to 6 homes, each averaging 1,800 square feet with a market value of $260,000. History Makers is requesting a PID petition due to a 33% increase in development cost. In March of 2022, City Council approved the city's public improvement district policy, outlining the minimum requirements for eligibility of a PID, with priority being given to the PIDs that have the following criteria: generating an economic and superior development benefits to the city beyond what normal developments would generate. This could be through the installation of parks, walking trails, amenity centers, pools, additional landscaping, art, specialty lighting, signage. They would need to exceed development requirements by utilizing enhanced architectural standards, enhanced amenities, and providing superior design of the lots and or the buildings. Provide for improvements in the public right-of-way by implementing the entryways, fountains, multi-use trails, as well as meet community needs by adding pedestrian connectivity, incorporating enhanced drainage improvements or utility improvements. Additionally, we put in the policy specifications for a debt PID. A debt PID would require that, based on the local government code, that they have a minimum appraised value to lien ratio of 3:1. All improvements to be funded by the PID must be fully engineered and competitively bid, and an assessment term must equal the bond of 30 years max. Sorry. PID bonds are subject to council approval. In addition to that, based on the city's PID policy, the development must be a minimum of 50 acres, and that was per the city's guidelines. Seven Oaks was previously approved in June of 2021 by ordinance number 2021-17 as plan development number 17. The plan development changed the zoning of the property to single-family attached townhomes and established the design standards, including the maximum height, maximum lot size, yard regulations, and building separation. It did break it down on there so you can see the minimum lot size was 1,800 square feet. Yard regulations were 10 feet for the front, 15 feet for the back. This one was a little bit unique because they do have 20-foot alleys in the back of the properties to where parking is, instead of being in the front of the homes, parking is in the back. The plan development did not provide any additional provisions for additional amenities to be constructed or implemented like we normally see in plan developments where they would include an amenity center, pools, or such. As stated, the development, Seven Oaks, is 19.34 acres located on Holdreth Road, approximately 143 townhomes. The PID petition is for a reimbursement bond PID, and the developer is proposing the sale of bonds to occur after 25 homes are completed with certificate of occupancies being issued. The PID petition does state the developer is seeking this due to the 33% increase in development cost. The bond funds will be used to embellish the amenity lake with high quality features to include masonry and iron fencing, decorative lighting features, aesthetic fountains, walking trails, an entry monument, seating areas, shade trees. When the petition was submitted to the city, there was no mention of any other amenities to be constructed, including parks, activity centers, pool, nothing of the sorts. This was the concept plan that was submitted with the PID petition, and you can see it shows the lot locations, identifies the detention pond in the front of the development with a walking trail only around the detention pond. Based on the approved PID policy, this PID petition does not meet the minimum requirements for a bond PID for the following reason. The minimum acreage for a bond PID is 50 acres, and this development is only 19.34. Additionally, there's no special or unique benefit to the community above what would be standard. The development offers walking trails along the detention pond and sidewalks throughout the development based on the submitted petition. However, it's important to note that sidewalks are a requirement of the design standards as specified in section 40-65 of our ordinance, which basically just says the developer shall be responsible for the installation of sidewalks in residential and commercial subdivisions. Based on that, based on the submitted petition request for the reimbursement bond PID, staff is recommending denial of the petition since it does not meet the minimum requirement as specified in our adopted policy. Sorry. Since this request is a special consideration as it's a deviation from the terms and conditions of our PID policy, the request is being brought before council for consideration. Following submission of the PID petition, History Maker has some modifications to their concept plan, and they have identified additional features that can be included that they would like to present as part of that consideration. So they are here tonight and they do have a brief presentation that they would like to show you.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'll try and be quick as I know it's dragging on tonight. So I'm Chet Wignall. I'm with History Maker Homes. I'm in land development. So as Megan did refer to, our initial of this community has now budget-wise gone way up, as everyone can attest to. It's in construction right now. So what we're looking for is just some help to keep our costs where they need to be to provide the homes at the price that we want to provide them at for the residents that this community is designed for. A little bit about History Maker. The Mitchell family began History Maker in 1949 in the Fort Worth area. It is a privately owned company with the fourth generation CEO running it. And he has hopes that his fifth generation will run it after he has departed the business. As the 56th largest builder in the United States of America and the oldest home builder in Texas. This is just an example of the product that's going to be out in Seven Oaks. As you can see, it's not just all garages across the front. As mentioned by Megan, we have alleyways in the back, which are private, and that's where the garage doors will be located. That is the original land plan that we have.
So we are getting this, we got this put together rather quickly due to the cost increases. So we submitted it to get it on the agenda. And as she said, we have updated the land plan now to show a park area when I get there in a little bit. So this is kind of breakdown of the budget. So initial budget from 6/10/2021 was just under 5 million. We're now approaching 7.5 million to build this neighborhood. Obviously, that is not anything that anyone could project at that point in time. The current costs would jump up as much as they have. What we're requesting from the city of Tomball is to sell PID bonds, which will allow the developer to add a park, enhance walking trails, architectural fencing and fountain, and enhance landscaping. The bond sale PID is needed to meet the target goal on the cost. We do acknowledge that the 50 acres is not met, but that is the only criteria that we do not meet in there. So the 50 acres in a standard community, you'd get about 165 to 170 houses on your normal lots. We aren't very far below that on the house counts because of the project that we are putting in there. We believe getting to 25 closed houses helps take away the risk of a bond sale that the city would have and be worried about in the future. As I was mentioning, we would hold off on requesting a bond until 25 closed homes. We will agree to construct a park, masonry fencing, and such as we've already talking about. Although Seven Oaks is 19.34 acres, the design of the community creates enough volume to match revenues over a larger tract. The aggregated revenue created in this community allows for a more robust stream for bond sales and for larger bond amounts to be sold per acre. I already touched on the bottom paragraph. This is proposed PID bond sale. Okay, so it kind of shows what the bond would consist of. This is the park that we're looking at putting in. We got rid of one of our lots right at the entryway. And we already had a reserve there. So we took that reserve and added it to the lot and included adding some parking spaces for the playground to the north of it. This is the playground that would be in there. So you have a older child playground, a tot lot, and then a modern swing set that fits into the area. This is the masonry fence type that would be put along right at the entrance of Seven Oaks on the west side. This is the wrought iron fence that would go across the front where the detention pond is, so you'd be able to see the pond and then the fountain that would go in the pond. That is our rendition of what the monument sign will look like. And unfortunately, with the extension holder, the Seven Oaks are now gone. I don't know if you've been over there, they've already taken those out, but we're doing stuff to keep that name and keep Seven Oaks in the neighborhood. In summary, selling the PID bonds for Seven Oaks is good for the city of Tomball and it's good for the history maker. Without the sale of PID bonds, history maker homes is considerably less likely to be able to meet the targeted price points. What we're trying to target with this is the residents that grew up here that are wanting to come back at a young age and can't because they can't afford any place to live here. And that's what we're targeting. So, that's why we're asking for this PID, and we hope you consider it, and thank you for your time. And Tim would like to say a few words as well.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Tim Green. I'm an attorney with the Coates Rose Law Firm, and I've worked on a number of PIDs in Tomball. My experience has been with the Rayburn Reserve PID, the Winfrey Estates PID, and the Woodley Reserve PID. So I've been here with you all, been working with your staff for a couple of years on various PIDs. I'm trying to make sure we're all on the same page. We submitted a petition to ask the city to create a PID. That's what's on the agenda today. The next step is for the city to call a public hearing to consider creating the PID. That will result in an advertisement being put in the newspaper. They send a notice to us, and then we come back to you at your meeting in June, and you all decide whether to create the PID. The discussion that's been going on between History Maker Homes and the staff has really been focused on what's best for us, the developer, is for the city to have a PID that issues bonds upfront to fund the infrastructure like you've done with the Rayburn Reserve project and different variations where it looks like the developer is going to put the infrastructure in, then you're going to sell the bonds later on in Winfrey Estates and Woodleaf Reserve. That's what we're asking, a PID and to do upfront bond financing. The staff has said your policy doesn't, the city's policy on doing bond financing, or as I read it, upfront bond financing is limited to projects with 50 acres. And then they said you're not doing enough things above and beyond the plain vanilla development to really get us excited about that. So after that discussion, and I think just today, the developers come back and said, look, if you'll grant a variance and do the upfront or not the upfront bond finance, but any kind of a bond financing, then that will enable us to do these additional enhancements. So that's what we'll be asking for later on. But the issue before you all today is, do you do a PID at all? And then after that, do you do what we call a cash flow PID or a bond PID? And so I'm looking back at the staff's recommendation. If you have your agenda item data sheet in front of you, I hear the staff saying, we don't want to issue bonds. We understand that, we've had that conversation with them, but it does say staff recommends the developer pursue a cash PID based on the adopted policy. So the way I read that, staff is recommending, we're okay with creating the PID. We're in disagreement with the developer at this point in time about whether or not it will be a PID that reimburses the developer out of cash flow, or will it be a PID that reimburses the developer by the city issuing bonds? So I think we ought to clarify that, because the way I read it, the action would be, and the recommendation from the staff is, take the next step. Adopt an order or resolution authorizing notice be published for the hearing to consider creating the PID next month. And then what we'd like to do in the interim is talk to the staff and see if we can't all get on the same page as to whether or not it would be a PID that reimburses the developer on cash flow, or a PID that reimburses the developer through the issuance of bonds. But I think we're all on the same page, that we're all in agreement to recommend to the city that they create the PID. You might ask your staff if I'm reading it wrong, but I think that's what I interpret from what they've written. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Is that what you're recommending?
We need a motion though.
Right,
Yeah, we're gonna discuss.
Yeah, we haven't gone into discussion yet. This was just presentation. So, okay. So the next item is a motion to,
Yeah, you're right.
okay. So do I need a motion and a second?
You can entertain a motion to approve resolution.
Motion.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any more discussion?
Go back to my question. Is that what you're recommending?
So based on how the PID petition was submitted, since it does not contain any of the amenities that would generate an economic or superior development to the city or the community, it would be to deny the PID petition. If they were going to continue and they were going to include the amenities that would actually generate those development and economic benefits, a cash PID would be our recommendation. I don't, staff does not feel that it would qualify as a bond PID.
Megan, I have. Go ahead. Go ahead. What would you say, what is the difference between why the city issues 15-year PIDs and 30-year PIDs?
Yeah, that one.
So we're actually able to create a PID for anywhere up to a max of 30 years. Typically, the city's practice has been a shorter term on a cash PID, and that's because the developer is going to get reimbursed over a longer time. When we issue debt, that developer is able to get reimbursed and then pay off their, whatever that's in their financing stack through the assessments over time. So they're able to get reimbursed quicker. So typically, we're in somewhere in that range between 15. I've had experience doing cash or debt on any amount of years.
Well, I will say this, I've never voted on anything past a 15, and I'm not going to start tonight. Thank you.
What amenities, I mean, a park to me is not enough of an economic, I don't see that as any kind of economic benefit to the neighborhood or to the community or to the city. So what are the amenities you're speaking of that we normally have in a 50 acre development?
So most recently, we passed Winfrey Estates. Winfrey Estates included an amenity center. It had pickleball courts. It did have a pool and it had walking trails throughout it. Rayburn Reserve also has an amenity center, a pool. They do have a park, but their playground is a 2-story playground structure. It's a very large one. I'm not sure honestly of Woodleaves. I don't know if Nathan is familiar with theirs, but I do know there's an amenity center on it as well, or an activity center. Most of them have some type of activity type benefit to it that kind of take the place, or not take the place, but provide a closeness of a park feel to it. So that, especially when you're on the south side of town and all of our parks on the north side of town. That's what you kind of look for.
All right. Any other questions?
If I read the finance sheet right, the PID payment was going to be about $24.90 annually. Did I read that right? And that was based on how many years?
30.
What would it be at 15?
We haven't actually explored all of those options yet with our bond counsel. We would still have to make sure that it would meet the 3-to-1 ratio because we haven't even had that appraised yet to see if this property would even be able to do that. So we really haven't explored all options to see if it would even qualify.
My fear would be that that number would go so high for that priced property that it would not be very attractive to buyers.
Megan, what's the equivalent tax rate based on what they submitted?
They did 95 cents, almost 96 cents. Yes.
So that would be your cap. So that to generate, it basically lessens the money that they would recoup with the lesser, because then the cap would you would set that.
You would set that.
And that policy, I think that the highest council has ever gone, I think is 95, 96. So you would have to be in that range that they passed.
Yes, applicant would like to come up and have one more discussion. Is that right?
Whenever y'all are ready.
Megan, do you have anything else?
Okay.
Okay. You'd like to come on up?
So again, all we're asking the city to do, we filed a petition, asked you to create a PID. And so I'm getting lost in this objection about taking the next step because we didn't mention something in there about a park, even though we're willing to put the park in there. We're asking the city to call a hearing, publish the notice, and I think we pay for the notice, we pay for all the expenses that relate to it. And then these details about would it be a cash flow PID? What would we be required to do to result in the city creating the PID? would end up in either the resolution or a development agreement that is done in conjunction with the creation of the PID. But I don't think the answer is, I'm not understanding, if you deny the petition, are you telling us to go back and change something in the petition to bring it back so that we can consider a cash flow PID as compared to just receiving the petition and addressing that at the hearing when we decide what kind of a PID we're going to have and where the assessment. So we're just trying to take the next step and not spend time, I guess, going back, changing the language in the PID petition so that staff now feels like it can go to being a cash flow PID versus a bond issuance PID. That can be done at the public hearing next month. And these people, you all probably experienced the same thing. They bought the property, they ran all their numbers, they got ready to move forward with their development. Development costs have skyrocketed. They're now in a situation where what they envision doing, they financially can't do. And they're searching for answers, and this would be the solution. And to push it off for another month, that doesn't do any good. If the staff is considering either we should do a bond reimbursement PID or a cash flow PID, then let's move forward and let's address that, discuss it with you. Go ahead and do the notices and discuss it with you next month, rather than spend another month going back and changing some words on a petition to address the same thing. So well, again, we're desperately in need of moving forward and bringing this to a head as to what is the city willing to do so that they can figure out if that makes economic sense for them. Thank you.
The agenda, the motion, and first and a second, whether to call for a public hearing on the creation of a public improvement district. And that is all that we're voting on tonight, correct? So is calling for the public hearing on the creation of the public improvement district. We're not calling for the details of the public improvement district. So that is the vote tonight. We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Let's call for the vote.
Motion fails, 3 votes nay, 1 vote aye.
Next item, approval to execute an agreement for professional services with Gunda Corporation for E&P project 2014-1031 for FM 29 improvement project in the amount of $49,685,000. Megan, can you tell us about this?
Yes, ma'am. Based on the public meeting that was held a few months ago, we have to come up with a contract with Gunda to begin investigation on the information from TxDOT and to begin identifying feasible alternatives for the proposed project. The professional services agreement with Gunda would include gathering traffic information along FM 2920 from past to present, examining feasible options, including one-way paired streets, left turns at Elm Street, and investigating utilization of the hot pedestrian signal, as well as driveways to projects. So we are recommending awarding a professional services agreement to Gunda for $49,685 for the design of the alternatives.
Do you have a motion?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Then let's call for the vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is executive session. The city council will meet in executive session as authorized by Title V, Chapter 551, Government Code, the Texas Opens Meeting Act for the following purpose. Section 551.071, consulting with city attorney regarding a matter which the attorney's duty requires should be discussed in closed session. And section 551.074, personnel matters, deliberation of the appointment, employment, and duties of a public officer or employee / public works director. So we are entering into executive session at 9:30 PM. Action may be taken when we reconvene.
This time I pack up and go home.
Green folder. Thank you. Yes, I went ahead and reprinted those pages.
Can I just leave all my stuff here because we're gonna come here? And then get my first.
It's like, I keep changing them and changing them and changing them. Change the name and wax, and go back and look at the still wrong.
Probably.
Oh,
It may be 11 o'clock. I'm open all day Monday, Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday afternoon. I don't think I'm at home. But everything's good. Yeah, like Monday.
I had to leave because
Wait.
it was planned for news time.
I have Monday.
She's just trying to get practice.
I go on my ass is gonna not show up. He's fine. Everyone's like, oh, Megan. She didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah, he did. Yeah, you can know. Well, that's what I thought. I was a good cheat. Yeah, I was like, it's just. Let's go a little more. Go home. We're not going to work right now. I have, you have the results of stuff. I have to get it done by. Yeah, because it wasn't bad. Well, I don't know right now. Like, I'm literally filling up the drivers, like every 2 minutes. Where's the line?
Doris? No, it wasn't. He brought it. but He was okay.
Yeah, so what I noticed is
Yeah. Because usually they follow it. Yes.
Huh? Nobody, I was at email course, I'm like, before you go to the meeting, I'm taking this, and this. I might as well just start with the meetings. I'm the only one that knows what I'm taking to the on the agenda.
You don't know when it was?
I'm the only one that knows what I'm placing on the agenda.
Well, you're supposed to know. You notice that you're the only one that Clipper works for.
Now the click work for Nathan.
Partially.
Hey, I think the
Every
clicker
once
works
in a
for
while.
me. Hey, the clicker works for me, Nathan. What's wrong with you?
I think you just got.
She switched it.
He got busy.
She switched the.
Hey.
battery.
Just tell Matt they were-
Yeah.
It was the other way, through Canada.
Yeah.
He was
Sort
like,
of-
I understand.
sort of flushes the
He was
difference.
like, does the same
Like
thing.
when you go to Australia, the same thing happens, yeah.
Bring me this.
Is he on?
Let him in?
Yeah.
Oh,
You still there?
all right.
Is
Let
he
us show
snoring?
that the record, it is now 10:23 and we are convening. Our next item of business is to confirm the appointment of the Director of Public Works.
Who is he?
So,
Is it True CTTU?
no, it's Drew Huffman.
Yeah, what I'm saying, what's the title on his? Well, they will golf.
Probably went to bed and said, shit, it's 10:30. What's going on?
He probably had second thoughts.
Yeah. They're meeting that late?
They're gonna meet that late. Okay.
All right, Mayor and Council, as we've discussed, that my recommendation for appointment for Public Works Director is Drew Huffman. Drew Huffman has about 22 years of experience with the city of Denton. As his latest experience, he is currently their Assistant Director of Parks. Before that, he was in the wastewater treatment plant and held various positions in Public Works Department. I've had the opportunity to meet not just him and discuss, the opportunity here. I think that he's absolutely a good fit with our staff, with the city. I've also have had the unfortunate thing to meet his wife and one of his kids. And so, oh, there he is. There's Drew. And so yes, and just to give a little bit of his background, additionally, he's spent or has gotten a lot of his training through the military, doing a lot of complex projects and when being deployed. And so because of the fit, because of his background, that is my recommendation for Public Works Director.
Any motion to,
Yeah.
we have a
You need
motion to
confirm. So moved, second.
from the Department of Public Director.
He was first and I was second.
Any discussion? Okay, call for the vote. And this is the appointment of Drew Huffman as the Director of Public Works by the City Manager. Confirm the appointment.
Motion carries unanimously.
Congratulations. Yeah.
So Drew, typically our council meetings don't last this long. It was this item that caused this delay. We were done by about
2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in private session forever.
Well, I thank you for letting me be a part of your council meeting tonight, and I can't wait to be there to be a part of even more. So
I will say to you now, condolences or congratulations. We'll see how it works.
congratulations. I'll take that one. Yes, sir.
Okay, have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, second. All right.
Got to vote on
Please
it.
call for the vote.
No, you don't touch anything. So.
Did motion fail? No. Motion carries
I've
unanimously.
never been to a council meeting all day.
We are adjourned.
Thank you, Drew.
What are the public
Yeah, we don't ever
works?
shut the machines down, let the girls shut them down. but I just-
It's like they had a big lunch today.
Record and stuff.